big skies and through the fishes in the fields. The rumble of the engines and the struggle of the wheels. Through hell and horror trudging, yet our spirits never yield. Will they sing of these forsaken pawns of war? Hoist the flags, hold the lines, lessons ever lost to time. Now we sing for you, departed pawns of war. My bonny lays afar upon a lonely eider down, while I dream of rats and tar within my burrow in the ground. Infernal gaping scar of boiling mud and thundering sound. They won't sing of this forsaken pawn of war. Hoist the flags, hold the lines, lessons ever.
Okay. So how is everybody today? Let me make sure this is forward and better in the positioning. Okay. So this is something I haven't tried. And because of that, I have not planned out everything even remotely possibly as I should. And I really hope this doesn't go poorly. Alright, Alright, cool. I haven't tried that yet, so... Ooh, that is weirdly tight and also not terribly uncomfortable. Alright, so, today, as opposed to starting a different game and not being sure if we can continue on or something like that, I decided, let's do some card openings. I've got some of these lying around that... Not really lying around. I just, went and bought some more yesterday to make sure I had enough to last a fair amount of this stream today. Is this music too loud? I can turn it down. I probably should turn it down. Oh, I did not want to mute it. Yeah. Probably there. And, ooh, maybe... God, the worst part is I started getting the hiccups like 15 minutes ago and they're still here. Maybe double glove is not the way to go. I think I'll just use the blue ones probably. Yeah. Alright, so I've got some packs of Pokemon, got some packs of Magic, I've got some repacks of Pokemon that I got from my local game store, because they do repacks because no one buys a bunch of loose cards, so I buy those because it gives me the the good feeling about opening card packs for realistically a lot less of a cost, because frankly there's a lot less of the expected value that people want to see from card packs. So like I'll show you what I'm talking about in a second. But in the meantime, this is an oddity that I haven't tried, and I mean, I opened card packs. I have opened card packs plenty of times because it's fun. But trying to do it on stream is something I haven't done yet. And so the other thing is, you'll notice today I've switched to Pretzel Rocks music as opposed to uh, OC remix stuff, just because I wanted something's a little different. So hopefully this works out well. Let's shift to the webcam. One second. Yeah, that's better, but I gotta get this all on the screen. All within that area. Perfect. Okay, so yeah, well, let's just start with, like I said, one of these repacks from the local game store. So I've opened one of these already, and from it I got this Snorlax from, I have no clue what set it's from, but also this Drampa, which that seems kind of cool. I don't know a lot about the Pokemon card game. I used to I had some cards from the past, like, you know, this nice little Articuno from Fossil. I can go through these later to look at, but in the meantime, let's see. Yeah, I have no clue what any rarity of stuff is, so. And. Come on. I have to stand you up taller. If I do that, then you're more likely to fall over because you're facing down. Like that. Again, fortunately, it's not as if I have been, coy about who I am as a person. It's, here, let's. I don't know. Maybe that's the problem. Maybe because of how I have this situated. Because I don't have the front leg in front, it loses its balance. Come on. Come on, focus. Focus on the little Minchino. Ooh, it's a Minchino. Oh, it knows tickle, not tackle. Okay. Yeah, see? This is not the worst thing that I've done. Dynamo. Coughing with a hero, or not a hero power. An ability. Once during your turn, discard a Pokemon with an effect of Roxy. Oh wait, when you discard this Pokemon with the effect of Roxy. Wait, if you just discard this Pokemon, you can put a damage counter on something? Interesting. Okay. So, Mankey. Is this literal, actual jungle Mankey? I mean, I get that jungle Mankey ain't worth much, but I mean, that's good. That means you can get some slightly older cards, I guess. Yanma. And alright. Curlia. Sorry. Come on. Sorry. God. Why is it so hard to get this thing to focus? Well, it's Brock's Grit. In case you were unable to read what it says, and it makes it look like it says like Grig or another word that looks like it starts with a C and ends with a T. So shuffle 6 in any combination of Pokemon and energy, basic energy, from your discard into your deck. There we go. And then we have Brock's Vulpix. Interesting. I didn't remember this card, but this is from ages ago. Huh. This might have been a worthwhile pickup for me. Yeah, so Brock's Vulpix, Brock's Grit, and then Jirachi is, I think, a rare. Yeah, it's got the star down there. The rare from this repack is Jirachi, and then I think this is... I don't know what kind of holographic this is because it's supposed to be reverse holo, but yeah, I think it's supposed to be a reverse holo. So a reverse holo Escavalier. In all, not bad. I don't know. Again, I don't know the monetary value of some of these cards. I will be putting all of these into this box. I mean, aside from the rares, which I set off to the side. So this box will contain all of the Pokemon cards going forward. But the one I wanted to do first was not, in fact, Pokemon. I wanted to show this little thing from Magic that I bought a while ago. God. How do people have such long-distance webcams? I've got this tiny tripod, and I'm just hoping it works. So, I bought this a bit ago. It was one of the Hasbro options that you could be like, buy this and donate some amount to a charity. Because this was during the end of, I can't remember what, but it's got the little Magic the Gathering logo right here, and hopefully on the other side we got the My Little Pony Magic cards. Now, of course, I don't have these removed from their box because I don't have a need to play them. So we've got this. This is just the whole box. All 3 of these cards. I do want to get another copy of this. I'm going to put it back away and send it off to somebody, but I could not find a second copy. And I believe I have definitely missed out on the time to actually order it. But aside from that, that's just a want that I have to give a specific person an item, and that's not necessary or any of that. Because I remember they made a comment earlier about how they wanted to, get into opening Magic cards on stream because they've been opening other cards, and it'd be fun to send one of these off to them. They are a fan of My Little Pony after all. But what I was saying is the real plan for today is I've got some Modern Horizons 2 set boosters. I picked this one up yesterday. I honestly don't know how people do this stuff. It's probably a different webcam setup than what I have, which is, you know, the stand that came with the webcam itself. Or they buy more substantial webcams. Is the music too loud? Am I too quiet? Is this just not riveting entertainment anymore? I mean, the upside is, at this point in time, you can just continue to look at Liliana. Look at her, gazing at you. Still, I'm trying to focus on her face and not, you know, the rest of her body, but because her body is not the important part of her. The important part of her is her spirit, which is, I think at this point in time, still being controlled by demons. Like, not today, at this point in time, but garbage. Okay. So, this is just to make sure to be like, yep, just remove the plastic. Now we've got this little top part of the Modern Horizons box. How on earth do people do this? Like, I mean, really, how do people do this with their setup and show off stuff like this? So, yeah. Modern Horizons 2. I have not opened any of this. I've heard people have complaining about it, but frankly, I don't know what the fuss is. If it's a card quality problem, then it's a quality problem. Right. So the silliness with Modern Horizons 2, since these are the set boosters, as I am showing right here, is there are some nice big hit cards and some not big hit cards. And apparently, this go around, or this pack at least, we got an art card. And this should be... Okay, it goes into commons immediately. Cool. So, the art card we got is this guy. Ooh, look at that guy. I don't know any value of any of these art cards, or any of these cards in general, because as a player and not a seller, or anything like that, it's not the biggest concern. So we got a mountain, a rift sower. Nice. I actually do like this card. It is reminiscent of not Journey to Nowhere, but Journey to Tomorrow. So you suspend it for 1, and then in 2 turns it comes into play. It has haste, so you can tap it for mana the turn it comes into play. Slagward's Bridge, nice. So I just found out about these lands yesterday. The fact that there's artifact lands that tap for multiple colors. I got real strong vibes from the Snowlands from Kaldheim, which is why I have an extra set booster box of Kaldheim that I was going to open today as well. But these guys are fun. Goblin and Necromancer. Each spell you cast that's green or red costs 1 less to cast. Wow. I mean, that's not as good as like the Goblin Electromancer, I think. The red-blue one that just makes all of your instants and sorceries cost 1 less. But this this is a spell, so any spell is a card that you cast. A spell is anything that you cast from your hand. Lands are not spells. They're the only things. Jade Avenger, not bad. It's a 2/2 for 2. And it's a Frog Samurai. So since it's a samurai, it has Bushido. That's the samurai ability. Abundant Harvest. I used to have a 4-cost enchantment called Abundance, where at the beginning of your upkeep, you would choose land or non-land, and then you would reveal until you hit the one that you chose and put it in your hand. Looks like they made a 1-mana sorcery version of that 4-mana enchantment. Chatterstorm. Just make a slew of squirrels. Not bad. Ghostlit Drifter. Has channel. So so when you channel it, you pay X and discard to give X creatures flying until end of turn. Channel was an older ability from Kamigawa, but specifically I think it was the Saviors of Kamigawa, because it was the 3rd set. So there was Champions, Betrayers, and Saviors. Oh, and here we have a rare. Sanctifier Enfek. 2-mana 2/2 with protection from red and black. When X enters the battlefield, exile Exile all cards that are black and or red from all graveyards, and if a black or red permanent spell or card not on the battlefield will be put into a graveyard, exile it. Huh. That is actually a pretty strong ability. Also, why was it rare in the middle of, like, between the uncommons? Well, we got Mishra's Factory, which is clearly a reprint of Mishra's Factory. Becomes a 2/2 assembly worker. And then, this is a fun little reprint, I believe. Gargadon. I believe Gargadon was a reprint from the original Time Spiral. But the art style looks nice. It's a 7/5 with trample that you can get out around turn 6 if you suspend it properly. I'm going to set that over there in a different spot. Break Ties. This is a foil. Destroy target artifact, enchantment, or exile target card from the graveyard. Or you can pay 1 and reinforce, so you discard this and put a +1/+1 counter on a creature. It's not very good. And then this is just saying what's the list. So I have a food token, because there is a food sub-theme today. Or, not today. In the set. Okay, now that I've got things set up a little better, uncommon, foil, and then we'll just leave those in one nice little stack of commons. Alright, pack number 2. So the plan here is I'm going to open this whole box of Modern Horizons 2 set boosters. Like, the set came out, right? I'm not being bad and breaking some sort of code about not doing this, am I? I really hope I'm not. That'd be bad. Okay, 1 second. I actually have to check that. Because if I'm like breaking some sort of embargo on opening these packs, maybe I shouldn't be doing this today? Maybe I should do something else. Alright, Modern Horizons 2. Because if the set is fully released, then I don't feel bad. Alright, so, I do in fact feel bad because the set fully drops tomorrow. I don't know why. I don't know why I can buy the cards and open them, but I have them, and so I guess the other question I have is, are other personalities opening Modern Horizons 2? Because if they are, like, then I'll feel not bad again. Modern Horizons 2. LSV drafts Modern Horizons 2. Collector boxes. Those are posted today and yesterday. Sure, yeah. You know what? I don't feel bad. Some of those YouTube channels have been posting videos about Modern Horizons 2 and opening boosters and set boosters, so I'm fine doing this. We got a zombie army token, and where did I put the token from last one? There we go. And then we've got this this art from a card. It's an angel. You got a foil forest. Ooh. I have no issues with. I don't like playing with foils. They've never really been my go-to because I don't want to worry about accidentally destroying them. All right, World Weary, just -4/-4 on an enchantment. Not bad. Not good. There's much better removal. Turok's Canticle, which is like a Hymn to Turok, but more expensive. Reveals a card, reveals their hand, you choose the discard one, and then they discard a one at random. Cabal Initiate, discard a card, gain lifelink. And then if you have Threshold, it becomes a 3/3. Yeah. Come on. This was working correctly. But now it's not. So, yeah, it's a 2/1 Human Warlock. I'm reading this stuff to you, so maybe by the time the camera decides that it wants to focus on literally anything, there we go. Cabal Initiate. It's a 2/1. If you have Threshold, which is 7 or more cards in your graveyard, it gets +1/+2. Tide Shaper, an uncommon, on card 4. Well, it's a 1-mana 1/1, but it has Kicker. So if you kick it, target land becomes an island as long as Tide Shaper is on the battlefield. And it gets +1/+1 as long as an opponent controls an island. So pretty much always want to play this on any turn that's not turn 1. Unless you play one of these turn 1 and then one of these turn 2. Because that way you can be like, okay, turn 1, I have a 1-1, and your opponent decides to go, okay, I'll just play this not island, and then turn 2, boom, you make whatever not island they just played an island, and then you swing for 2. So that's fun. Uncommons go over here. Liquid Metal Torque. 2 mana, tap to add 1 colorless, or tap target non-land permanent becomes an artifact. There's a lot of like stupid combos that could be done with liquid metal coating, but I think those were only for creatures, and this can now make anything that's, so long as it's not a land, into an artifact. So that makes things a lot easier. Good card. I do like this card. Foundation Breaker, a 4 mana 2/2, but when it comes into play, you may destroy target artifact or enchantment. Or you can evoke it, which evoke was the old elemental keyword from Lorwyn, where you can just cast it for a cheaper cost, but you sacrifice the creature when it enters the battlefield. So it still counts as the creature entering the battlefield and the creature dying. So sometimes it's helpful. That one's not that good of an effect because this is Modern Horizons. That's only going to be really helpful in the draft format for this set, because in Modern, Disenchant and Naturalize are already cards. Steel Dromedary. It's a camel. We have an iron camel. Enters the battlefield with 2 +1/+1 counters. Doesn't untap if it has a +1/+1 counter, and you may remove at the beginning of combat, you may move a +1/+1 counter from it onto something else. So you have a tapped 4/4 that doesn't untap for at least a couple turns, because I mean, let's say you play this on turn 3. So that turn, you remove a +1/+1 counter from it onto a different creature, and then that creature swings as 1 bigger. Sure, that's fine. If this is your only creature, then it's not going to untap. Ever, because you have to get rid of the +1/+1 counters on it. So that's not fun. I don't like Steel Dromedary. Brea's Apprentice. 3 mana for a 2/3 human artificer. Not legendary, so when it enters the battlefield, creates a 1/1 Thopter, and then sack an artifact, choose 1. Either exile the top card of your library, you can play it until the next turn, or target creature gets +2/+0. That's not really that great of an effect. I understand it, but it's not good. Seal of Removal. These are fun enchantments. So with these enchantments, they are enchantment versions of instant spells. Usually the same cost, and then it just sits to the side and you wait. So sacrifice Seal of Removal to return target creature to its owner's hand, also referred to as unsummoning something. So that's a good one. What on earth? I don't understand these cards. Like, okay, so this guy. Okay. I still don't know what the deal with these cards are, but this looks like it's just reference cards that, like, down here you have the things that have been issued to artists to make sure that they actually do. Okay, one second. I'm going to make sure that this is... Because I have the second screen actually making sure things are working properly. But, yeah, so it looks like, yeah, we have intent. Magic has made a greater Gargadon and a lesser Gargadon. We just want you to design the average Gargadon. And then this one from this pack is... It's a 1-2 for 1. First off, already pretty solid stats. And it has Investigate. It's called a Floodhound. Action. This creature is a Bloodhound formed entirely of water. So, I mean, it can investigate. That's why it's a Bloodhound. Okay. Rakdos Headliner. 2-mana 3/3 with haste. And Echo, discard a card. This is just fine. This is lovely. This is a great card. This is exactly what Rakdos feeling players would want to do. Trundle in for as much damage as possible. Caution, audience in front row may have throats ripped out. Cheeky. Alright, so that pack had 3 commons in it. Aside from, you know, the Floodhound. These packs do only have, like, 12 cards. So... And aside from that, all of these set boost... No, yeah. Every single one of these set booster packs has the same art on it. Some sort of squirrel lord. We'll see if we get him. Oh, come on. Okay, I guess I have to open it up over here just so I can... That's the downside about wearing these blue gloves. You lose a lot of what you would want. But the other side of it is now I could have just, you know, grabbed any sort of cards and you wouldn't even know. But no, why would I do that to you? We got the squirrel riding an invisible motorcycle. And then just, hey, go to Friday Night Magic. Which is starting up again. So you can go and find your local game store and have some enjoyable times. If you like Magic the Gathering, you can actually play with people again. Oh, a full art card of Chitterstorm. I do like this one. This is nice. I will keep this one off to the side for myself. Not even gonna worry about otherwise. So yeah. So these are like we said, set boosters. So they're not designed for draft. You won't always get a land in them. Sinister Starfish. Oh, it's like the Sigiled Starfish. But since it's sinister and black, it's Surveil and not Scry. So instead of leaving it on the top and putting it on the bottom, you can either leave it on top or put it in your graveyard. Same cost, though. So that's nice. Echoing Return. Return target creature card and all other cards with the same name as that card from your graveyard to your hand. What? Oh no. That's actually very terrifying. As a card. So, there's a card. There are multiple cards that you can have any number of in your Magic deck. And, we haven't really been able to get a lot of use out of them in Modern. Aside from one. Which I believe is, Relentless Rats. Because the rest of them are just like weak monsters that don't do much, or the other one that got really expensive, which is I can't remember their name, but it's a 1-mana black creature that you sacrifice 6 of them, and you just search your library for a demon, put it into play. But with this, you can just get them back. So that could be terrifying. Chittering Augur, 2-mana 1/1 that can't block. When it enters the battlefield, you draw a card and you lose a life. Pay 4, return it from your graveyard to your hand. There are better cards to play than that. Timeless Witness. When it enters the battlefield, return a card from your graveyard to your hand. So it's like Eternal Witness, but it costs 1 more. But you can eternalize it. So you can just remove it from your own graveyard, make it a 4/4 black zombie, and you'll get its effect again. So, there will be decks that can make use of that ability very well. I don't know them, but there could be. Vile Entomber. When it enters the battlefield, search your library for a card, put it into your graveyard. This is too much mana for a creature with that ability. And a 2/2. Like, if this was a 3-mana 2/2 with that ability, that would be okay. Like, it wouldn't be good, it'd be okay. Oh, the Archfiend of Sorrows. That's what that first art card was. When it enters the battlefield, creatures your opponent control gets -2/-2 until end of turn. So it's also a 7-mana 4/5 with flying. And it has Unearth. So you pay the Unearth cost, which is this time 3 and 2 black, to put it directly onto the battlefield from your graveyard. And it has haste. At the end of turn, exile it. Or at any point in time, it would leave the battlefield. Unearth only as a sorcery. Damn! We got old border dam. That's... No, come on. There we go. See? Look. Damn. This is actually really good. I do like this. The old border makes it look really, really cool with this thing. It's also just a good card. Because it's either 2 mana destroy a creature, or 4 mana destroy every creature. It's rare, so I'm going to put that there. Academy Manufacturer. If you would create a clue, food, or treasure token, instead create one of each. Oh yeah. I would love to build that deck. I just don't think we will. Chance Encounter. 4 mana enchantment. Whenever you win a coin flip, put a luck counter on Chance Encounter. And at the beginning of your upkeep, if Chance Encounter has 10 or more luck counters on it, you win. Okay, cool. We have a coin flip win card. Ooh, Blazing Root Wall, huh? Oh no, this is hilarious. So, yeah, you can pay a red, it gets +2/+0, only activate this once a turn. This is a throwback to Basking Rootwalla, which was a green creature. And it had the same Madness 0 and kind of this ability, but it cost, I think, 1 more, but it gave it +2/+2. So, I like this card. This is a good card. Uncommon. Landscaper Kolos. It is a goat beast, as all goats are. Let's see. When it enters the battlefield, put target card from an opponent's graveyard on the bottom of their library. So it's a 6-mana 4/6. This card exists only to be used as basic land cycling. I'm not gonna lie to you. So there were a couple cool cards to get there. Cards that I can absolutely see being in a deck. And as somebody who plays Commander, getting that dam is definitely a good thing. Come on. It's got to be an easier way to open these. So we get a bird token with a question about the list. So the list is there are some cards that will be in one of these set booster packs or other specialty products that aren't necessarily on the actual art, or not art, card list, like set list. The list is a set of cards that are not part of the set list. That sounds dumb. They're extra cards. They aren't actually a part of, like, this would be. They're not physically a part of Modern Horizons. They won't have the little Modern Horizons symbol mark right here. They'll have something else entirely. Like the symbol from the set that they actually came out in. I don't know what this card is. I guess we could look at the back to see. Mystic Redaction. It looks like it's a counter spell of some sort. Alright, and then we've got Mountain. Wave Sifter. It's a 5-mana 3/2 with flying. When it enters the battlefield, investigate twice, so you get 2 clue tokens. But you can invoke it for 2. So you can just pay 2 mana, get 2 clues. I don't think there's a lot of things happening with clues in the set, aside from that one guy that says, if you make a food, a clue, or a treasure, make all 3. Let's see, when Burdened Aerialist enters the battlefield, create a treasure token, and whenever you sacrifice a token, he gains flying. Maybe that'd be one of the things you can do with the tokens, but it's not really a lot. Oh, okay, here's a regular art version of the Floodhound. I like the other one better. But that's just me. Parcel Mirror. It's a clue mirror? Okay, that's a different thing that we have to worry about. Because they did have food, like enchantment, artifact creature food golem, like from when the gingerbreads from Eldraine, which is where food initially came out. So technically, yeah, pay 2, sacrifice, draw a card. That's the clue, but you usually have to tap it to do that. In fact, oh no, you don't have to tap it, you just have to sacrifice it. Yeah, so, interesting. Not good, but interesting. Destroy target artifact or enchantment, create a treasure token. So this is 1 mana more and a sorcery, as opposed to an instant of Naturalize, but you make a treasure token. Is it worth it? Probably not. I would probably say no. Okay. Actually, this is okay for a card. Search your library for a basic land, put it on the battlefield, shuffle. I love paying 3 for that effect, because, you know, it's just right onto the battlefield. But it's 4 mana this time around because it has rebound, so you cast it at the beginning of your next turn. That's worth it. Okay, 5 mana, 0/0 plant. Enters with 2 +1/+1 counters for each color of mana spent to cast it. So you could actually have this be a 5 mana 10/10. That's terrifying. That's actually really scary. That could get really bad. What? Wait, what? Flash, when it enters the battlefield, when dressed down, enters the battlefield, draw a card. Creatures lose all abilities. Granted, this is like some weird. At the beginning of the end step, sacrifice dress down. So you could flash this in at the end of your turn, so your opponent's stuff will have no abilities during their turn. And then at the beginning of the end step, sacrifice dress down. That's, that is a surprise. I did not think that was a card. It is also a rare, so I'm going to put it there. Squirrel Mob! This is a reprint. It's a 2/2 for 3 that gets +1/+1 for each other squirrel on the battlefield. Squirrels are a fun sub-theme that existed here. So we remember World Weary. That was the, I think, one of the first cards from. That was the first card from the second pack. Intent. This is an abstract depiction of a spell that causes a person to rapidly age. Yeah, I can see that. Recalibrate. Return target creature to its owner's hand. If you've discarded a card this turn, draw a card. I don't like discarding cards, so it's not really that great of a thing for me, unless you build the deck around it. So, like that card that has Madness, the Blazing Rootwalla. Come on. Yeah, as I've commented on, these gloves are not helpful. This was the token card at the bottom. 4/4 Beast. Then we have, boom. Look at that little squirrel buddy. Aw, look how cute he is. I'm gonna put him up there with the other one. Okay. Arcbound Prototype, just a 2 mana 0/0 with modular 2, but this one's in white. Also, it's an assembly worker, which is interesting because of the Mishra's factory that we opened earlier that can give an assembly worker +1/+1. Foundry Helix. 3 mana, as an additional cost, sacrifice a permanent. Deal 4 damage to any target, and if the sacrificed permanent was an artifact, you gain 4 life. So this is strictly worse Lightning Helix. Lightning Helix being 3 mana, deal... No, Lightning Helix is 3 damage. Is it mildly better War Leader's Helix, which was 4 damage and then gain 4 life, but it was 4 mana instead of 3 mana? So this is 3 mana deal 4 damage, but you must sacrifice a permanent. And only if the permanent is an artifact, like this Rustvale Bridge, is it a worthwhile exchange. I'd say it's not worth it. Arcbound Slasher. 5 mana, modular 4, so it comes into play with 4 +1/+1 counters on it. But it has Riot. So, it either enters play with an additional +1/+1 counter, or Haste. So it's either a 5 mana 4/4 with Haste, or a 5 mana 5/5. So the other thing about modular, which I did not talk about previously, is when this creature dies, you may put all of its +1/+1 counters on another target artifact creature. So if you are in some sort of high artifact creature deck, maybe getting that extra +1/+1 counter on it is better than not. Tavern Scoundrel. Whenever you win a coin flip, create 2 treasure tokens. Pay 1 tap, sack another permanent, flip a coin. Oh no. Oh no, no, no. This is already doing bad things to my thoughts. Alright. Power Depot. It's just enters play taps, it's an artifact land. You can tap it for colorless, or you can add 1 mana of any color, only to cast an artifact spell or activate the abilities of an artifact. So this is a good for that artifact deck that people are running with the draft format, because you saw a lot of good artifact creatures. And this land itself has modular 1. So it comes into play with a +1/+1 counter. And then when it dies, you can move a +1/+1 counter from it. Presumably people are expecting to sacrifice this land for an effect. Not really the best thought. This pack is really heavy in artifacts shenaniganery. Arcbound Javelineer. Remove X +1/+1 counters from it to deal X damage to target attacking or blocking creature. So, this is a throwback to earlier times where a creature just had tap, sack, remove a javelin counter to deal 1 damage. But if I could throw more +1/+1 counters on this thing, it might be better. I doubt it, but... Alright, this spell costs 1 less for each land your opponent control that could produce colorless. Flying, and when it enters the battlefield, destroy target non-basic land that an opponent controls. It might be good in the whole draft setup, but not for anything. That's not even a good card for like actual modern. Bone Shredder. When it enters the battlefield, destroy target non-artifact, non-black creature. Just 3 mana for a 1/1 with flying. That's just all it's going to be. I don't think people are going to pay the echo cost on it, because I don't recall people ever paying the echo cost on it. Blacksmith's Skill. Target permanent gains hexproof and indestructible. if it's an artifact creature, it also gets +2/+2. Not bad. Not bad. Phantasmal Dreadmaw, a 4-mana 6/6. Using the original art of Colossal Dreadmaw as inspiration, design an illusionary version of the dinosaur. It is a dinosaur illusion that is a 6/6 with trample. So, since this is an illusion, I think it was M10. So, God, what was that? 2010, 2009, when they first made the big quote change to illusions unquote, where if it becomes the target of a spell or ability, you sacrifice it. But they also made them a lot stronger than their cost, because they can't really become the target of anything, otherwise they go away, including your own stuff. Okay, alright, cool. So, this is the first pack that actually has a list card, because otherwise this would have been a token. Because on this side, we have the art. For, apparently, Grist the Hunger Tide. That's what it looks like. This may be upside down or sideways, I don't know. Because I have yet to see Grist the Hunger Tide. We got a foil mountain. Ooh, foily mountain. Yeah. Put it up there with the foils. Hard evidence. Sorcery. Create a sorry. So it's called hard evidence. I'm waiting for it to focus. 1 mana, blue sorcery. Create a 0/3 crab creature token, which means there's now a 0/3 crab creature token somewhere in existence. Come on, why is this not focusing? So I really want to show off this art too. Alright, I'm going to set it down, move my hands. Look at this little crab. Look at the crab buddy here next to the, well, skeleton. But, yeah. Look at that happy little crab. One second. I just realized I have this card in the wrong spot. I should be putting those over there. Oh. Wait. Hold on. Hold the phone. I should not be getting this song, should I? One, I like this song. Just as a general. Well, no. I mean, YouTube safe mode is on. So I have, like I said before, I have the, we're doing weird setup with the music. This is Pretzel, which is stream safe, and I have turned on YouTube safe, so I should be able to upload all of this entire video of today without any problems. But I encountered this song a lot on Pandora, so I wasn't entirely certain if this is a safe song. According to the Pretzel Rocks, you know, the guy that's saying what's playing, it is. So let's see what happens. But I do like this song. This is a nice little song. Shattered Ego. 1 mana, enchanted creature gets -3/-0. And then you can pay like 5 mana. Come on. Well, 5 mana to put enchanted creature into its owner's library, 3rd from the top. That's a lot for a small effect. Battle plan. At the beginning of combat on your turn, target creature you control gets +2/+0. 4 mana enchantment. It only exists to basic land cycle. That's all it's for. Let's see. If it's your turn, you may sacrifice a mountain rather than pay the spell's mana cost. Just deal 5 damage to a creature or planeswalker. Good old rock. Nothing beats that. Ooh, lightning spear. Wow, that's actually really good. 2 mana equipment. Equipped creature gets +1/+0 and trample with equip 1. So it's just pay 1 to give something trample. And then you can also throw it. Sacrifice it, it deals 3 damage to any target. It's an expensive, that's very expensive cost, but otherwise this is a good equipment. Like, really good. Alright, Sweep the Skies. Converge, create a 1/1 colorless Thopter token, flying for each color's mana spent to cast this spell. So, at minimum, you can pay 2 mana to make a 1/1 flyer. But you can also pay 6 mana to make 5 1/1 flyers. So, it has its place. Oh, another card with Converge. Alright, so when it enters the battlefield, each opponent loses X life and you gain X life. Where, of course, converges when you spend mana of colors. So, you could just cause each opponent to lose 5 life by playing this one card if you are in all 5 colors. Dermo Taxi. It's a 0/0 vehicle for 2, but as it enters the battlefield, exile a creature card from a graveyard. Tap 2 untapped creatures you control until end of turn. Dermo Taxi becomes a copy of the exiled card, except it's a vehicle. Okay, so it does not retain this ability. Hilariously. Yeah, this can be good, this can be bad. It's hard to say. Hunting Pack. This is the card that made that 4/4 beast earlier. So you just create a 4/4 beast at instant speed for 7 mana. But the trick is, you cast this on your opponent's turn because it has Storm. So, for every spell your opponent just cast, you create a 4/4 green beast creature. That one. Hey, this guy, the Rakdos headliner again. He was really good. I liked him. Now we can see Mood. Unrestrained violence in a festival atmosphere. Yeah. I can agree. That's what that is. Huh. Okay, apparently we have a foil Garth One-Eye. So he is all 5 colors. Legendary creature, human, wizard. this is the kind of card that I actually do want to put into a sleeve. Because the fact that it's a foil and one of the high hit, because this is a mythic rare, means people will want it whether or not I want it. So, so his 5/5 for 5, and choose a card that hasn't been cast or chosen from among Disenchant, Brain Geyser, Terror, Shivan Dragon, Regrowth, or Black Lotus. Create a copy of the card, and you may cast that copy. So those are all really good, definitely good. I'm 100% grabbing this card sleeve from those Pokemon cards, and we're just gonna slide him right into there. This very, very spacious card sleeve, because again, that's the kind of card that is worth money to people that are not me. And then this is the card from the list. So any card from the list will have this little Planeswalker symbol down here in the bottom corner, which I'm trying to get it to focus on so we can see it. I'll even move it much closer. Well, that didn't work. Well, either way, it's not. Yeah. Okay. So this is the Planeswalker symbol, but the card is. We got an uncommon from the list. Crown of Empires. You can either tap a creature, or if you control the Scepter and Throne of Empires, you gain control of that creature instead. I remember this set and these cards. They were not easy to get out, and that was definitely not worth trying to run. Yeah, sorry I wasn't like super ecstatic over the Garth One-Eye foil. Because, again, I don't really know the value of these cards, because I don't think anybody knows the value of these cards. Bird token. So this art is Timeless Dragon. I don't know what it is or why, but it appears to be some sort of a dragon. One second, I have to clean up this little stack of cards that I have going on over here. Now, of course, the other thing is, since I don't do this, I mean, technically I am now doing this professionally, but since I haven't done, pack openings before, I don't know exactly how fast to go through this stuff, and this is just a forest. There's nothing terribly impressive about a forest. Alright, Ethereum Spinner. 3 mana, 2/1 wizard. Whenever you cast a blue spell with a cost 4 or greater. Why? Sorry, whenever you cast a spell with a mana cost 4 or greater. Well, that's a lot less restrictive, but why? This doesn't really feel like a good card. Because by the time you're casting spells that cost 4 or greater, you're only going to get, like, one of them off a turn at best. Maybe 2. I don't like that guy. Glimmer Baron. 1 mana, 1/2, sacrifice a token. Any token. Okay, so that would... Ooh, any token. Alright, no, I can get behind this card. Absolutely. Alright, Orchard Strider is 6/4 Tree Folk for 6 mana. When it enters the battlefield, you create 2 foods. Or you can land cycle. This one I could reasonably see it be played. Even just for the create 2 foods. And it's a 6/4. Alright, 3 mana. So Shiny. When it enters the battlefield, if you control a token, tap enchanted creature. Then scry 2. Otherwise, just enchanted creature doesn't untap during its controller's untap step. So if you control a token, you can just tap a thing and scry 2. If you don't control a token, you can just make sure things don't untap. We got the blue-green indestructible land. Not bad. Spreading Insurrection. Oh my god, it has Storm. Alright, so gain control of target creature you don't control, and then untap it, it gains haste. That's just active treason. That's all it does. But it has Storm. So in giving it Storm, they increased the cost by 2. 1 second, I'm going to turn and take a drink. So, oh hey look, it's Scarth One Eye again. This one's not foiling. We've just talked about him, so we'll just put him off to the side. Let's see, Bloodbraid Marauder. This spell has Cascade as long as there are 4 more card types among cards in your graveyard. Oh, it's playing off of Bloodbraid Elf. Because Bloodbraid Elf had Cascade. The problem is, like, even as a 3/1, this isn't a great card. And trying to Cascade into something that costs 1 or less may not be what you want to do. Soul Snare. It's an enchantment from, I guess, one of the commander sets. Sacrifice it, exile target creature that's attacking you or a planeswalker you control. 1 mana, just get rid of a creature. I dig. Step Through. 5 mana sorcery. Return 2 target creatures to their owner's hands. But it has wizard cycling. So, there are a few abilities in Magic that are a little odd. Cycling is one of the easier ones to explain. You pay the amount of mana and you discard this card to draw a card. That's just cycling. Basic land cycling, as we've discovered, is the same effect almost. You discard the card that has basic land cycling and you search your library for a basic land and put it in your hand. Since this has wizard cycling, you discard this card and you search your library for a wizard and put it in your hand. Not a lot of cards have wizard cycling. There exists like 1 wizard that has sliver cycling. So, this could be fun. I don't see it happening though. I'm going to put this over here. Alright, Dauthi Voidwalker. It's a 2 mana, 3/2 with Shadow, so it can't be blocked. Sorry, it can only block or be blocked by creatures with Shadow. So it can only block creatures with Shadow. And if a card would be put into an opponent's graveyard from anywhere, exile it with a void counter on it. Sacrifice this card. Choose an exiled card your opponent owns with a void counter on it. You may play it this turn without paying its mana cost. Okay. Again, this feels like it's one of those cards that people are going to want to have. So let me slap it in another one of these card sleeves. Ooh. Okay. I've been holding off on this because I have, like, these are not the best looking card sleeves. They are like, a lot of them are very used, but it's better than nothing. Or let me remember that I actually have these things over here. I did pick up previously some Warhammer 40k card sleeves. They're little arts. I didn't actually spend the amount of money that it says on them because I don't do much with the Warhammer 40k cards. And also I picked these up, what was that, 2-3 years ago? Garbage. So now, I can just pull these out. We can see how these work on the next card. Now the other thing is, there's only like 50 of these card sleeves. So that's not, I'm gonna set that up there. We're gonna move these all up there so I can grab them easier. The plan is to also put, like, Pokemon cards that I might see as really, really super neat from the next thing that we open. But the problem with that is, I don't know if anything. I don't know the value of cards. I don't know what's a good card, what's a bad card. Oh, it looks like this pack has another card from the list. So I don't get a token, I instead get a list card. We still have this art. And the art is probably upside down. It looks like it's the, Tangle Pool Bridge. So this is the green-blue bridge, the artifact land. Oh, wait, I can look right at it. I'm definitely not holding it upside down. Alright. Oof. So, we've got Forest. A Dray Keeper. 5 mana 2/2, but when it enters the battlefield, you make 2 squirrels. And then you can pay 4, and all the squirrels you control get +1/+0 and Menace. Menace being they cannot be blocked except by 2 or more creatures. Menace does not stack, so 2 instances of Menace does not mean you cannot be blocked except by 4 or more creatures. And I guess we're into uncommons now. So that was one card. One card that was not a land. And now we're into uncommons. Alright. Lazotep Chancellor. Whenever you... It's a 2 mana 1/3. But whenever you discard a card, you may pay 1. And if you do, amass 2. Amass is you either put 2 +1/+1 counters on an army you control. There's a few armies in existence, but the one that they specifically use, because if you do not control an army, you create a 0/0 zombie army token before you put the 2 +1/+1 counters on it. That way the +1/+1 counters don't just, like, go away. Come on. Boo, boo, boo. Well, this card is called Raving Visionary. I'm trying to get it to focus. It's 2 mana for a 1/2. You pay a blue and tap to draw a card, then discard a card. That used to be on a cheaper ability. Like, it was just tap the creature, you didn't have to pay anything to tap it. But it also has Delirium, which, if we could get this camera to focus, which would be nice, is 3 mana, tap, draw a card. No discarding, just drawing. But you can only activate this if you have 4 or more card types in your graveyard, just like the Bloodbraid Marauder. He had Delirium, and that's not a great ability. It can be. I would much rather play with Threshold, because Threshold is just have 7 cards, not have 4 different types of cards. There we go. Skyblade's Boon. 2 mana, enchanted creature gets +1/+1 and has flying. 3, return Skyblade Boons to its owner's hand. Activate only if it's in the battlefield or in your graveyard. Not bad. There are archetypes that can use it, but I'd use some other cards instead. And we have a copy of the Underworld Cookbook. So 1 mana, as tap, discard a card, create a food. We've already seen a lot of fun discard shenanigans, and that might be a really good thing to have. And then 4 tap, sacrifice to return target creature from your graveyard to your hand. If you discard a creature to make a food, you can get it back. I'm all for that. Filigree Attendant. Power is equal to the number of artifacts you control. So at minimum, it's a 4 mana 1/3 with flying. But it will always be a whatever 3 with flying. Not the worst, not the best. 2 mana 1/3 that can't be blocked. And if you have Metalcraft, which is if you control 3 or more artifacts, it gets +1/+1. So it'll become a 2/3 that cannot be blocked for 2 mana. That is much better than the guy whose power is equal to the number of artifacts I control. Because what if I don't control a bunch of artifacts? Okay. Chatterfang, Squirrel General. It's a legendary squirrel with Forest Walk. It's a 3/3 for 3 mana, which is already pretty good. And if 1 or more tokens would be created under your control, those tokens plus that many 1/1 green squirrel tokens are also created. So, yeah, this goes in that token deck, the ones that make a whole bunch of tokens for some insane reason. But you can pay a black and sacrifice any number of squirrels to give target creature +X/-X until end of turn. I thought it was just -X/-X, so that could be really helpful. I don't. I'll set that over there with Garth. Solitary Confinement. I remember this enchantment. This is a fun one. At the beginning of your upkeep, sacrifice this unless you discard a card, and you skip your draw step each turn. You have Shroud, so you cannot be the target of spells or abilities, and you prevent all damage that will be dealt to you. The only problem is this does not prevent loss of life. So if your opponent plays something that causes you to lose life, you will still lose the life, so long as it causes everybody to lose life. Terminal Agony. 4 mana, destroy target creature. But if you discard it, it's only 2 mana. And you can do that at instant speed. Yeah. Yeah, no, I'm good with that. And we have Foil Mind Collapse, which we've already looked at Mind Collapse. We don't need to go over it again. But we do have this card from the list, as you can tell by this down at the bottom. So it looks like we got a copy of the Chain Veil, which, if I remember correctly, was something that Liliana was needing for some reason. It's a 4-mana legendary mythic rare artifact with, at the beginning of your end step, if you didn't activate a loyalty ability of a planeswalker, you lose 2 life. But you can pay 4 and tap it, and for each planeswalker, you can activate its loyalty ability again.
1, 2, now I got my hooks in you. 2, send it to the cooks.
So it just gives you the ability to use your planeswalkers an additional time. So if you are in a lot of like the heavy planeswalker decks, which people call super friends because it's like it's Superman and his super allies, that's a good card for it. So realistically, again, because I have no actual way of checking the value of these cards monetarily, I think we're not doing terrible. Wait a second. Pudge. That's the guy from that Riot game, right? This is the guy with the meat hook. This is, yeah. All right. Ooh. Hey, we got another card from the list. Nice. And this card is. Look at that. Look at that happy boy. Definitely nothing wrong with him. Alright, so we've got Mountain. The Landscaper Kolos again, the one with basic land cycling. We've looked at this guy before. Breathless Knight. Come on. I don't know how to get things to work properly sometimes, because, as I've said many times, I am just one person. I don't have like a team or whatever. It'd be nice, but I don't have it. Come on. There we go. That's better. And then it went away. Alright, well, Breathless Knight, we're going to zoom in a little bit, and then walk away, is a 3-mana 2/2 with flying and lifelink. And when it or another creature enters the battlefield under your control, if it entered from the graveyard or you cast it from a graveyard, put a +1/+1 counter on Breathless Knight. So that's a fun ability. I can see it being useful at times, but not always. And then we have the white-black indestructible artifact land. And Sojourner's Companion, a 7-mana 4/4, but it does have affinity for artifacts, and I like that there's not even a tooltip on that anymore. So affinity for artifacts reads, this card costs 1 generic, not colorless, generic less, for each artifact you control. So, if I have 7 artifacts in play, this is just a 0-mana 4/4. And, even if I don't have 7 artifacts in play and I need to use it early on to look for one of my lands that can tap for multiple colors of mana, it has artifact land cycling. So I can grab any of those indestructible artifact lands that tap for multiple colors of mana. And I guess we're done with the comments. So we've got Young Necromancer. Oh, wow, okay. Really, there exists a card called Young Pyromancer that was very powerful. Very, very powerful. People did not understand how powerful it was. So Young Necromancer is akin to that. Young Pyromancer was dressed like Chandra, the Pyromancer, the red planeswalker. Young Necromancer is dressed like Liliana. You can see the headdress and everything. Like you see the resemblance, don't you? So let's see what Young Necromancer does. Come on. When Young Necromancer enters the battlefield, you may exile 2 cards from your graveyard. When you do, return target creature card from your graveyard to the battlefield. Alright. It's a... Ooh, come on. Resurrect. Raise Dead, that's the one. It's Raise Dead with a body. Nope, she's uncommon, so into the uncommon pile she goes. Graceful Restoration. 5 mana to choose one. Either return target creature card from your graveyard to the battlefield with a +1/+1 counter on it, which would be really good with that Breathless Knight. He becomes a 4/4, because when he comes into play... Wait, is it just when cast or just enters? Oh, yeah, if it enters from a battlefield, from the graveyard. So yeah, he would become a 4/4, which isn't bad. Or return up to 2 target creature cards with power 2 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield. So if I had 2 Breathless Knights, I would have 2 3/3s as opposed to 1 4/4. No, come on. We're at uncommons. Put them in the uncommon pile. Glorious Enforcer. A 7 mana, 5/5 flying lifelink angel. And at the beginning of each combat, if you have more life than an opponent, it gains double strike until end of turn. I mean, you can get there, but I'm not seeing a lot of big, hardy removal, aside from, like, Mind Collapse, which dealt 5 damage to a creature. So, odds are this creature would be fine with sticking around. What is this? Zabaz, the Glimmer Wasp. 1 mana, legendary artifact creature, insect. That's modular, and if a modular targeted ability would put 1 or more +1/+1 counters on a creature, put that many +1. Oh, see, here we go. That's the point for that. So, I guess this creature just has pay a red and destroy target artifact you control. So that's one way to get rid of the land. Now, the other side of it is, if a modular triggered ability would put 1 or more +1/+1 counters on a creature, I'm not sure if that means when it comes into play initially, or when it dies and you move it on to a different creature. So the question is Zabaz a 1/1 or a 2/2? We would have to check that later. Hey, they reprinted Zurin Orb. So this is another way to get rid of your lands. Because it just has sacrifice a land, gain 2 life. It just costs 0. This is not a good card, but it can be useful. Ooh, Old Border Chatterstorm, sorry. I'm gonna put this over in the happy pile. All the Old Border cards I'm putting over into a separate pile. Foil, Ethereum Spinner. We already talked about this guy. Not really super great. Oh. and a copy of Land Tax from... This one's from... Oh, come on. I can remember it. Battle Bond. That's what it was. So Land Tax is kind of one of those expensive cards that people, again, really like. So I'm going to put that in a sleeve. The beginning of your upkeep, if an opponent controls more lands than you, you can search your library for up to 3 basic land cards, not plains, lands. Remember that. This can go in any color of deck. And then you reveal them, put them into your hand, and then shuffle your library. This is a way to remove lands from your deck before you draw for your turn. Wow, this is, Actually, I should put that Chain Veil in one of these as well. Yeah, there's the Chain Veil. You know, I can't really complain. Because aside from, like, what the perceived value of this box is and what I'm getting from this box, because as always, as I've been continually saying, I don't know any of that. I just know how much I paid for this box, and it's not something that would make people happy. Like, the professor from Tulare Community College would definitely not be happy to hear how much I paid for this box of Magic cards. Especially since it is a set booster box and not, you know, draft packs. But technically I still haven't gotten vaccinated because I've been trying to... I'm not one of those early adopters, and I've been trying to wait until I can get the Johnson & Johnson one shot, because I don't want to have to go back after, you know, a month. So, Construct token. This is made from... I don't remember what this is made from. Just gets +1/+1 for each artifact you control. So it is a nice, strong ability. And then art, we've got Bone Shards. He's just throwing bone knives. Come on. Well, it's not the most important thing. All right, so let me think. As I've stated previously, I don't actually care if people find a way to look at my face or whatever, because Foily Island, because it's a foil, it goes up there with the foils. Arcbound, oh come on. Arcbound Mouser. It's just a 1-mana 1/1 with lifelink. It's a 1/1 because it has modular 1. But it's a cat. Tormod's Crypt Keeper. Tormod's Crypt is a 0-mana artifact that you tap and sacrifice to exile target player's graveyard. And the only reason it's good is because it's not a creature and you can use it immediately. This is a creature. This gives your opponents a turn to set up for it. To save all of the cards that they can, and not just like, oops, the cards that you wanted are gone now. I don't like this. At least, you know, for its sacrifice ability. 3-mana 3/2 with Vigilance, not terrible. But don't try to be like, oh, we'll just throw this other ability on a card just to make it cost more. Actually, it doesn't need, that's not even a costed ability. Blacksmith Skill, we saw this earlier. Lens Flare. 5 mana instant, but it has affinity for artifacts, so it costs 1 less for each artifact you control. So this could be a 1 mana, deal 5 damage to target attacking or blocking creature. All for that, yeah. Steelfin Whale. 6 mana, 3/4. But we've got affinity for artifacts again. You know, I've noticed a lot of these packs have the same, like, a central theme around them for some reason. I wonder if we're going to get something artifact heavy. So whenever an artifact enters the battlefield, you can untap this. Is that good? Like, sure, you can untap it. Yay. Alright, Abiding Grace. We got an enchantment with either, at the beginning of your end step, you gain a life, or you return target creature card with mana value 1 from your graveyard to the battlefield. Huh. That could be fun. Probably not, but it could be. Glimpse of Tomorrow. We have a 0-costed spell. You cannot physically cast this spell, but you can suspend it. So you shuffle all permanents you own into your library, then reveal that many cards from the top. Then put all non-aura permanents revealed this way onto the battlefield. Then do the same for aura cards, and then put the rest at the bottom in a random order. So I have a deck that can use this. This is a silly card, and I'm afraid of things. But this, you know what? This card is going to sit over here, separate from everything else, because that card's getting to go into a deck. Master of Death. When it enters the battlefield, surveil 2, so you look at the top 2 cards of your library, you can either leave them on the top or put them in the graveyard. At the beginning of your upkeep, if this is in your graveyard, you may pay 1, and if you do, return it to your hand. So, it does keep coming back at least. Log Salvage. If an opponent controls an island and you control a mountain, you may cast this spell without paying its mana cost and just destroy an artifact. That's a little, like, really intensive of an effect. Like, an opponent has to control an island and you have to control a mountain to cast this for free. There are other cards that exist. It's like, so long as you control a mountain, you can do this, or other things that you can do that are not paying mana to cast a spell, and just to destroy target artifact. Ooh. So we have the I think these are art reference cards or sketch cards. I do like them, but we have one for the Jade Avenger, that Frog Samurai. Show a Frog Samurai who is a master swordsman. Skilled and agile, he stands about 4 feet tall and wields a daisho. Yeah, that's good art reference. And then we have a foil Razortide Bridge, which is the white-blue indestructible land. But it's a foil, so up there it goes. Again, sorry about like the camera's poor framing of Liliana. Because of how my table is, this is the space that I have. So you hilariously get the full cleavage shot. see. Is there about the same amount of people watching? All right. So we're well over halfway of this box. I don't remember all of the cards that we got from the list so far. Wait, that's a lie. I absolutely remember all of the cards we got from the list so far. Because we've only opened like 3. And then we don't even get a creature token this time around. So this is one of those other mini game that they decide to play. You know, in case you don't have enough playing Magic, so they came up with new ways to play. I don't know of anybody who's actually played these. Because it's usually better to just play the game. Yeah, no. That's worse than even just that's worse than a rules card. Because the rules card, you can at least say, well, it's teaching people how to play certain things. Oh, yeah. Look at that art. I don't actually care about that art. Alright, we've got an island. The Mist Vault Bridge, which is the blue-black artifact land. Dihada's Ploy. Draw 2 cards, then discard a card. And you gain life equal to the number of cards you've discarded this turn. So, if you just play it, you'll gain 1 life. But if you cast Jumpstart, you can cast this card from your graveyard by discarding a card. And then paying, all regular costs. So, if you have 6 mana, you can draw 4 cards, discard 3 cards, and then technically gain 4 life because the first time you gained 1 life, and then the second time you gain 3 life. It's not bad. There's a deck for it. I don't know it. Come on. This is hilarious. I need you to focus on this Recalibrate. We've already seen Recalibrate. That was one of the earlier foils. And if you've discarded a card, you draw a card when you unsummon a monster for 2 mana. Oh, and supposedly, I will be shortly, sometime next week or in 2 weeks, depending on when I get the time to actually learn how to set it up. I should have a sound card, a thing for my microphone that I can press a button and it'll play a sound, so that'll be fun. Come on. This is just not registering. If I cover up Set Booster, though, and make this the only words on the screen, will it? Okay, fine. We're just going to set it down. We're going to cover up that, and then be like, whoop, and then I'm just going to remove my hands. My hands are now no longer there. And then I change my mind, and I'm futzing with the cards again. Well, this card is called Mental Journey. It's an instant. It has draw 3 cards for 4 and double blue. So it's already really expensive. You because there's a draw 3 cards for 3 in double blue at instant speed. But you can basic land cycle it. It's, again, just a thing to basic land cycle. Herd Baloth. Whenever one or more +1/+1 counters are put on Herd Baloth, you may create a 4/4 green beast creature token. I have already seen a way to make this, make infinite beast tokens with this thing, so I'm not gonna concern myself with that. It's a good card. It's a 5 mana 4/4 that makes more 4/4s. Arcus Acolyte. It has reach and lifelink for 2 mana. It's a 2/2. And it has Outlast. So the problem with Outlast is you can only outlast as a sorcery. But each other creature you control without a +1/+1 counter on it has Outlast. So you can tap all of your creatures in that one turn to outlast them, but then you have nothing. Just so long as they don't already have a +1/+1 counter on them. Constable of the Realm. I was gonna make the Princess Bride reference, but hilariously enough, I cannot remember exactly what it is. It's I can't remember it. I should watch that movie more often. So it has Renowned 2. Alright, initially it's a 3/3 for 5. But Renowned 2, if it deals damage, combat damage to a player, if it's not renowned, you put 2 +1/+1 counters on it and it becomes renowned. And whenever one or more +1/+1 counters are put on Constable of the Realm, exile up to 1 target non-land permanent until it leaves the battlefield. That doesn't necessarily mean when it becomes renowned. So if I can put more +1/+1 counters on this thing, I can exile more things. Inevitable Betrayal. So you can suspend it. It has no mana cost, so you can't really cast it. You suspend it, and then you search your opponent's library for a creature card, put it onto the battlefield under your control. Then that player shuffles. Did they remove the text "their library"? Is that text supposed to be there? Has that been removed from a lot of things? I should check that. 1 second. I'm going to look through my commons to see if this green one that says search your library for a basic land and then put it on the battlefield. Nope. Here we go. Nope, not that one. Am I wrong? Is that a change? Is that something that happened a while ago that I've just never really put into mind? Also, apparently the card I was thinking of is one of the uncommons and not one of the commons. So that was a waste for those first two. Okay, come on. Let's see. It was. Yeah. So here, like this guy, the Terramorph. You search your library for a basic land, put it on the battlefield, then shuffle. So I guess they removed your library or their library from the rules text. So that might just be one of those things that's like, it's an implied their library, or your library, but I mean, I do like this card. It's a good card. It's a nice little cheeky card, but Greed. First printed in Legends. Pay a black and 2 life to draw a card. Brainstone. Sacrifice. Sorry, it's a 1 mana artifact. Sacrifice Brainstone. Draw 3 cards. Put 2 cards from your hand on top of your library in any order. I want to say I looked up these cards not too long ago. Because the issue is there was the strongest cards from the first alpha beta set of 1 mana spells. They all, had a 3 theme. So the white one was Healing Salve, either gain 3 life or prevent 3 damage. Lightning Bolt was deal 3 damage. Giant Growth, give a creature +3/+3. Dark Ritual, gain 3 mana until the end of, for this turn only. And then Ancestral Recall, draw 3 cards. As you can see, some cards are a little more powerful than others. But apparently, Wizards thought they were all so powerful that they changed them all into artifacts in a following set. But they dumbed them down a little bit. So now, instead of oh hey, I have this artifact or this spell that I can just pay 1 mana and get the effect, I instead have this artifact that I have to pay 1 mana and then pay an additional amount of mana to get the effect. And it's even a dumbed down effect. Which, for some things like the plus, it would be +2/+2 or prevent 2 damage or gain 2 life. Which isn't that bad. Except for implements of ritual. Like ritual implements. The one that's the Dark Ritual stand-in. Where you'd have to pay mana and then pay another mana to activate it, and you only get 2 mana. So, it's definitely not worth playing. So, we've got... Oh, come on. I'm trying not to look at this back card yet. So, this is Brainstone. It's along the same lines as Brainstorm, which is 1 mana to draw 3 cards and then put 2 from your hand on top of your library. But this instead of being 1 mana is 3 mana. But you do at least get the full effect. And then this last card, which is something that I've been holding off and looking at, is Fury. Wow, that is shiny. It's a 3/3 with double strike, and when it enters the battlefield, it deals 4 damage amongst any number of target creatures and or planeswalkers. And you can evoke it by exiling a red card from your hand. Otherwise, it's a 5 mana 3/3 with double strike. This is really fancy looking, and I am 100% putting it inside of a sleeve. This, again, may not be like a valued card, but I can see a want for that. Now, one of the things that I have noticed, because of the pretzel rocks thing that I have running, because I refuse to have, I don't want a quiet... Oh, we got a Thopter token. Yay, Thopter token. Yeah, I don't want to have like a quiet stream, so I have music running, and because I'm not going to... I haven't paid for the premium service of this, pretzel thing. It does post what song is playing when the song changes. So the only downside is since it's happening all the time, I don't really see if somebody starts talking. Oh. This is the Sword of Hearth and Home, I believe, which is the green-white Sword of Protection. There's a lot of Sword of Protections, and, well, I mean, we'll see what happens. But, ooh, Floily Plains. Wave Sifter. We've had this guy before. If it'll focus. But, yeah. So, now that there's something constantly going on in the chat, I hope I don't miss anybody. But, alright, Wave Sifter. We've had this guy. When he comes into play, you get 2 treasures. Burdened Aerialist. Sacrifice a token, he gains flying. Floodhound. You investigate. You make a token. Parcel Mirror. We've had this guy too. Crack Open. Wow, we've seen all of these cards. Hard Evidence. The little crab guy. Like this little crab guy. Look at that. Look at that happy little crab. Rah, 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 rah. But these are all cards I've seen. Captain Ripley Vance. Oh. I guess we never actually saw Captain Vance. So, cool. Let's see, 3 mana, 3/2, legendary human pirate. Whenever you cast your 3rd spell each turn, put a +1/+1 counter on her, and then deal damage equal to its power to any target. Is this a her or is this a he? Well, I mean, clearly it's an it, so, because that's how the card is referred to as its power. Ah, nope, she. The Spitfire Bastion bristles with cannons claimed from every ship she's conquered. Unless, of course, the Spitfire Bastion is the name of the ship, in which case, still undecided. But, not bad. Not bad. Now we got another copy of the Daruthi Voidwalker. This one not foil, but still a good card. Gorilla Shaman. 1 mana, 1/1, X, and 1 to destroy target non-creature artifact with mana value of X. So you know those artifact lands that we've been getting that are all indestructible? That's why. Because you could just pay 1 mana and destroy it if it wasn't indestructible. Huh. This one has so much rules text, it doesn't even get a little illustrator note. But we've seen her. She's the one that, gives other creatures without a +1/+1 counter on Outlast. And Tireless Provisioner. Whenever a land enters the battlefield under your control, create a food or a treasure. But not a clue, because the Tireless Tracker had, whenever a land enters the battlefield under your control, create a clue token. So, not bad, but not amazing. How many are left? Because I'm just now realizing by looking at the time that, you know, maybe I had enough packs before I went and bought some more. $18 packs left in this box. How do people go burn through these so fast? Like, I know I've been, you know, putzing a little bit for time, but like, this is the first time I've seen any of these cards. And again, since this set isn't technically actually released and available for play on, you know, until tomorrow. We have Squirrel on a motorcycle again. Art card for Piru the Volatile. This is just one of the Elder Dragons. We have a Swamp. The black-green artifact land. Copy of Bone Shards. As an additional cost to cast a spell, sacrifice a creature, or discard a card to destroy target creature or planeswalker. Just straight up kill a dude. Funnel Web Recluse. 3/5 with Reach. Reach can block creatures as though it had flying. I guess technically it can block creatures with flying, not as though this creature had flying. But when it enters the battlefield, if a creature died this turn, investigate, so you make a clue token.
What's with these controls? Are they taking the mick? No, hammer the buttons and wiggle the sticks. Just give me some options, a tactic to pick. No, hammer the buttons
Jewel-Eyed Cobra. When it dies, you get a treasure. It's also a 3/1 with Death Touch. Because, of course, you need 3 damage with your Death Touch. Vermin Gorger. Sacrifice another creature. Each opponent loses 2 life. You gain 2 life. I mean, I can see the plus to that, especially with this card, the Nested Shambler, because when it dies, you create a 1/1 green squirrel for its power. So if it has a higher than 1 power, you get more than 1 squirrel. If it has lower than 1 power, you get less than 1 squirrel. Ah, okay, so here we have the regular art and border for Brainstone. We've seen this card, though. So, we can put it over here. Come on.
Tricks of romance, degraded by their spite. You snub your cup too many times, you just might.
So, this card is called Moderation. It is a rare enchantment. I would love the camera to focus a lot better. I mean, this is the same camera I used to, you know, track my face. I have 2. I bought an additional one of these because I liked these cameras initially. Here we go. Moderation. 3-mana enchantment. You cannot cast more than 1 spell each turn, but whenever you cast a spell, draw a card. I don't know the point of this card, other than, hey, you throw this in a deck that you know, give things to your opponent. So, you give your opponent this card, they cannot cast more than 1 spell each turn. And then whenever they cast a spell, they draw a card. It's not good. Patchwork Gnomes. Discard a card to regenerate Patchwork Gnomes.
Brazen wit, molding puppets from their minds of clay. I'm
Okay.
a man of honor, my
3 mana, 2/1, but it regenerates. Not the best.
but somewhere deep within me, the bells of conscience ring.
Ah, late to dinner. So, since this is the sketch card, we have the feeling behind the art, which is a friendship that can outlast death. Because this elephant, he didn't forget to show up for dinner. The body's not there, but he's there in spirit. And return a creature card from your graveyard to the battlefield. Create a food token. Yeah, that's not that bad of a card. Put it with the rest of the sketch cards. Kitchen Imp. 4 mana 2/2 with flying and haste. But if I discard it, I can pay it for 1. Becomes a 1 mana 2/2 with flying and haste. Yeah, that's actually really good. With again the right setup. I don't know if there's a lot of discard synergy stuff in Modern that people play, but there is an enchantment, 2 cost, in Black, where you discard 2 cards and you make a single 2/2 zombie. So that's definitely a thing that could pick up. So oh yeah, that's another thing that I hadn't been thinking about this whole time. Let's see, is that... Well, literally everything else in this room is shaking, so I can only assume that the webcam is also shaking for you guys. So I live relatively close to railroad tracks. Which is slightly further away than previous. So there's a lot less sound from it, but there's still definitely the shakes. Foraging squirrels. You are a cute squirrel, which is great. However, you need to collect food for the winter. I was trying to read this while it was, focused on the screen, but clearly the screen is deciding not to focus on this. I have no clue any of this, but it's another mini game of how to play, and oh boy. Art card. We saw this art. This is on that one that gives draw 3 cards or basic land cycle. And we've got Forest. Mount Velis Manticore. It's an enchantment creature, so it's from the plane of Theros, because that's where enchantment creatures were on. At the beginning of combat on your turn, you may discard a card. When you do, this deals X damage to any target, where X is the number of card types the discarded card has. That, of course, being these, the regular types as opposed to the subtype. So, this is an enchantment creature. This is an artifact land. There is a way. I think the most I've seen on any given card is 4. And even then, that's real risky. So this will deal 1 to 3 damage. And it's a discard outlet, so that's not nothing. The blue, red, indestructible land. Storm God's Oracle. So it looks like this pack is mostly feeling around Theros. So it gets +1, -1 when you pay 1, and then when it dies, it deals 3 damage to any target. So, roughly, if you hit, you can hit your opponent for 3 with this thing, or you can hit your opponent for 3 with this thing. Gouged Zealot. Oh, right, because there was a card, I believe it was also in Theros, called Eye Gouge, where you would give a creature -1, -1, unless it was a Cyclops, in which case you killed it. I need to find that card because I was running a deck that had very specific kill cards, like destroy target non-elf, or destroy target non-werewolf, non-zombies, non-vampire, or destroy target green creature. But, so, this is the Cyclops that got hit by Eye Gouge. It has reach, apparently, and whenever it attacks, if there are 4 or more types of cards in your graveyard, because it has Delirium, it deals 1 damage to each creature defending player controls. Prismatic Ending. So it has Converge, so up to 5. And it's also got an X cost, so exile target non-land permanent if its mana value is less than or equal to up to 5. I mean, you could just have it, you could just pay one white mana and remove a 1 cost. Kaleidoscorch. 2 mana, Kaleidoscorch deals X damage to any target, where X is the number of colors of mana to cast this spell. So 2. But you can flashback for 5, meaning you could deal up to 5 damage when you flashback. And I'm going to double check this. Why is this not working nearly as well as it was even yesterday? Magus of the Bridge. It's a 3 mana 4/4. So that's already okay, even though it's triple black. But whenever a non-token creature is put into your graveyard from the battlefield, create a 2/2 black zombie creature token. And whenever a creature is put into an opponent's graveyard from the battlefield, exile this creature. So this is the creature version of Bridge from Below. Except I think it's actually worse. It's not nearly as good. Alright, we have a Misty Rainforest, which is one of the fetch lands that was being reprinted in this set. This one looks for either forest or island. That's good. People like these cards. I'll put this in a sleeve shortly. Angelic Curator, flying 1/1, protection from artifacts. Oh, Old Art Nested Shambler. That is beautiful. And Scopus Reaver. As long as it's your turn, it gets +2/+0. Has Madness, does not have haste, but this is akin to a different card that I did play that was fun. It was super fun to play. So, let me grab this sleeve really quick for the Misty Rainforest. Okay. Yeah, no, I definitely don't feel, you know what? Here. We've done that for a bit. Let's do a little Pokemon one. It's something else. It's something different to look at, mostly. So, we've got... you know, give me 1 second. I'm going to go grab... I've got a bag that I can... Sorry. I have a bag specifically for all of this garbage, and I have not been putting it into the bag. So... All right, so this is again another one of those repacks from the local game store. We have a Swablu, Shinx. I don't know what set these are from. Nidoran, basic. This is the standard Nidoran that I remember seeing, which means this is from like the remake of the basic set, I think. Nose Pass. Fun little guy. Cacnea. Electrode. Giving you a little wink. Revive. It's a Revive. Vanillish. Togekiss. Which is a rare. And Noivern. It feels really warm in here. Which is unfortunate because I have air running, so this was when dragon cards were really big, and I think they got rid of those. And unfortunately, because of how this card's art is worked, I mean, one, this is definitely a regular holographic Noivern, but because of the coloring, echolocation here is definitely not that good. But if any damage is done to this Pokemon by attacks, flip a coin. If heads, damage is not done to this Pokemon by attacks. And Boom Burst, this attack deals 30 damage to each of your opponent's Pokemon. Just 30 damage. Well, that was that pack. So yeah, like I said, I do enjoy the repacks from my LGS because it gives me the feeling of opening the cards without like having to spend like even this. I think these were registered as $9 each when I bought the box. But when you buy a box, there is a discount added to it. So that's still a lot of money for a pack. And I've got other packs, but like I bought 2 of these pre-release boxes. These guys, they're still foiled up. Sorry, plasticed up. So inside of this is 6 packs, presumably This pre-release pack contains 6 draft boosters, 1 foil rare or mythic with a foil stamp, and 5 tokens. No spin down dice apparently. So, but I want to use that with friends. I would like to play with that with any of the point in times that friends are doing things, because sometimes like those are the draft booster packs that have the 15 cards, whereas as opposed to these set booster packs which only have 12. But the other thing is that foil with the date stamp can be cards like the fetch lands, the Misty Rainforest, and we got Invisible Motorcycle Squirrel again. I don't know what this card is. I looked at the back, and I think it was called Dragon's Rage. And frankly, I want to see the card now. Alright, so we've got Swamp. Ah, an actual copy of Late to Dinner. Which is a little neat flavor text there, so you can see that, yes, in fact, the elephant has died. Discerning Tastes. Look at the top 4 cards of your library. Put one of them in your hand and the rest in your graveyard. You gain life equal to the greatest power among creature cards put into your graveyard this way. Okay. Ah, the Kitchen Imp again. So we've had this guy. Tragic Fall. A callback to Tragic Slip. So we'll read this card first, and then I'll talk about the other one. So 2 mana, target creature gets -3/-3 until end of turn. Or Hellbent, it gets -13/-13, only if you have no cards in your hand. Tragic Slip was 1 mana, target creature gets -1/-1, but if a creature had died this turn, so Morbid, it gets -13/-13 instead. The only reason this is important is because this takes out indestructible creatures. Hell Mongrel. Discard a card, Hell Mongrel gets +1/+1. And it has Madness. Alright. Give you a discard outlet. Scour the Desert. 5 mana. Exile target creature card from your graveyard. Create X 1/1 white birds with flying, where X is the exiled creature's toughness. That could be good. We saw that there was a lot of high toughness white cards that like to go into the graveyard early on. 4 mana, Necromancer's Familiar. Bird Spirit, 3/1 with flying. And if you have no cards in hand, it has lifelink. And you can discard a card to make it indestructible, but you have to tap it. So it gets blocked very well, is what it looks like. Glimpse of Tomorrow. We've looked at this with the old art frame, and still a good card. Oh, they reprinted Karmic Guide. Flying, protection from black, Echo 3, and double white. But when it comes into play, put a creature from your graveyard onto the battlefield. We have another art copy of Phantasmal Dreadmaw. So, nothing we haven't already seen there. And a foil version of the Goblin Anachromancer. Not just foil, the old foil. So, we've seen old border cards. This is an old border foil that we have not yet seen this entire box. So, I'm going to set this. I think I actually have to sleeve this one. But it's going to go in a clear sleeve and not an art sleeve. Because I have a clear sleeve that I don't have to worry about. Alright, wow, it is... Huh. I didn't realize we'd been going for 2.5 hours. Is this how much time I actually lose on these things? I guess realistically I don't read through what every card does when I open these by myself, but I also do a lot more sorting than I'm doing right now. Right now I just have piles. Multiple piles. We're not even through the box. How do streamers do this and like go through so much stuff? I thought I was underprepared. I thought I didn't have enough. We have a Copter token. So like I went out and spent hefty chunk on more cards. The art is there. That's the art. What's it actually of? Piercing rays. All right, so forest. Lose focus. You can replicate it when you cast this spell. Copy it for each time you paid its replicate cost. So it's either counter target spell unless they pay 2 for 2 mana, or you can just slap a bunch of blue into it, and it's like counter target spell unless they pay 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14. Or if they're casting a storm spell, you can hit this on each of the copies. Hey, the Phantasmal Dreadmaw! We finally have it. So, cool. Urban Daggertooth. 4 mana, 4/3 with Vigilance. And Enrage, so when it takes damage, it doesn't have to survive the damage, it just has to take the damage. So whenever it's dealt damage, proliferate. Choose any number of permanents or players, and then give each counter... Wait, what? Choose any number of permanents and or players, then give each another counter of each kind already there. So apparently you cannot differentiate counters with proliferate. Neat. Smell Fear. A 2 mana sorcery with proliferate, so the counter is 1, and then target creature you control fights up to 1 target creature you don't control. So the only reason proliferate is a big thing is like with the modular decks. So all those cards with the +1/+1 counters on them. Or like this card, Dusk Shell Crawler. When it enters the battlefield, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature. Then each creature with a +1/+1 counter that you control has trample. Bannerhide Crushhawk. 4/4 for 4 with trample, so already good. But it has Reinforce, so you can pay 2 and discard it to put 2 +1/+1 counters on target creature, and then you can also scavenge this card, exiling it from your graveyard to put a number of +1/+1 counters equal to its power on target creature. So this is a lot of +1/+1 counter heavy cards. Ren's Runs Hydra. It has X in green for a 0/0, but when it enters the battlefield, it comes in with X +1/+1 counters on it. And it has Reach. And you can discard it and pay X and double green to reinforce X. So, more +1/+1 counters. And here we have a Soul Talisman, which has, again, no mana costs up here. But you pay 1 and you suspend it for 3, and taps to add 2 colorless. So this is slight down. It's a slight downgrade from the Soul Ring. I'm not gonna lie to you, because part of it is if you didn't have to pay for it, like if it was suspend 3 for 0, absolutely. If it was suspend 2 for 1, maybe. But since it's suspend 3 for 1 and it still only taps to add 2 colorless, not the best. I don't see that getting a lot of play. Okay. I mean, aside from certain decks, which I will absolutely put it in 1, but that's neither here nor there. Alright, and then we have a copy of Vindicate, once the camera catches up again. There we go. Just 3 mana, destroy target permanent. No stipulations. Is it a thing? It's a gone thing. Bone Shards. We've seen this, but this is the old border. Ooh. Foily Glimmer Baron. Yeah, okay. You know, I'm still not 100% certain on all of this music that's being played, if it will be good for the YouTube upload or not. But I guess I'll find that out maybe tomorrow, maybe Saturday. Hopefully before Monday, but I also know that this is now going to be a weird weekend for me. Ooh, we get a card from the list. So, art card, we have... There's the art. The name of the card is Chef's Kiss. Which, I know you couldn't really read it. But I can read upside down after years of practice and playing this game. You learn a lot. So we've got Island. Shattered Ego, we've talked about this card before. Battle Plan, we've had this one too. Mind Collapse, we even had this guy foil. And Lightning Spear. Wow, all these cards we already had. Okay, Thraben Watcher is apparently an angel. So, that's interesting. Flying, Vigilance, and other non-token creatures you control get +1/+1 and have Vigilance. There's an enchantment from Shadows over Innistrad, which was... I think this... Yeah, this playmat was from Eldritch Moon, so it was the set before this playmat. Which had an enchantment for 1 and double white called Always Watching, where non-token creatures you control got +1/+1 in Vigilance. Because the previous block time we went to Innistrad, I believe it was the second set specifically, had an enchantment called Intangible Virtue, which gave token creatures you control +1/+1 in Vigilance. That is strictly better. It is severely the better card, because it only costs 2 mana. Alright, and then we have a Flame Tongue Yearling, which is a tiny Kavu. Look at that baby Kavu. It enters the battlefield with a +1/+1 counter on it for each time it was kicked. And then, as it comes into play, it deals damage equal to its power to target creature. I thought Flame Tongue Kavu, which is a card that this is based off of, was a 4-mana 4/3. Or a 4-mana 4/2, I think is what it was. But, important thing, it has to deal damage to a creature, so if you play this on an empty board, it will kill itself. Just, that's what'll happen. It will die because of its own effect. Rishadan Dockhand. 1/2 with Island Walk, that you can just tap a land. I don't know the uses for this, aside from forcing your opponent to waste, certain things early on. I don't see this being a good... it has its use for being a merfolk with Island Walk. And then we have Urza's Saga. This creates the construct token. But people say this is a good card. I don't really have a lot of like, I don't have a lot of hope for this card in general. Because they're like, yeah, you play it turn 1, and then on turn 2, you can do the second ability, which you can't. You can't activate this ability if you play this on turn 1. Because sure, Urza's Saga gains tap to add a colorless, but you have to tap this land to activate the ability, which means you need 2 other mana. So, at best, you play this on turn 2, so you can activate this ability. And then you can activate it again on turn 3 before you sacrifice it. But, not on turn 1. This is not a turn 1 play. Yavimaya Elder. This is an old card. Pretty good. Pretty standard. It's a good way to get lands into your hand. Faithless Salvaging. Mood. A bit regretful, but still looking for loot. Because these are the 2 guys that are from Faithless Looting, as seen on other people's card review, card, videos that they've done. Not a bad card, not a good card. It has Rebound, so technically it's draw 2 cards, discard 2 cards, but it's discard a card, then draw a card, and then presumably discard that card you just drew because it was a land and you don't need it anyway, and then draw another card. There. And then we have a foil Sinister Starfish. And our list card is Veil of Summer from M20. This was not that long ago. 2019. I believe this card got banned from, like, standard play because people didn't like it. Come on. It's sure it's draw a card and then here. Let me put it back up here because we didn't actually talk about it. Draw a card if an opponent has cast a blue or black spell this turn, and your spells can't be countered. And you have protection from black and blue. Sorry, hexproof from black and blue. So I can still cast my own black and blue cards on my own creatures, but this is just a dumb effect for 1 mana. Because you cast this after your opponent's like, okay, I'll counter your spell or I'll kill your creature, and you're like, cool, that will not happen, and I draw a card. And you can't touch me. And any more spells I cast can't be countered this turn. It's just way too strong of an effect for 1 mana. And the fact that it's one of the cards on the list, even though it came out 2 years ago. Not really excited to see it. Okay, 1 second. I'm gonna stack these up a little better because I can now move all of these packs inside of this box to one side, which does, of course, mess with the whole mapping that people may have done, but I don't really care about. And I can start stacking my commons inside the box because it just frees up the space. I do like having it that way because it gets things out of the way and it puts cards into a more reasonable spot. I'll probably, stack the commons and uncommons outside of here again. But right now, I did just put them, right there, right next to the big old stacking stuff. All right, so now we have a crab token. That token made by our helpful little crab friend. Anything on the back? No. All right, and our art card is apparently dressed down, so the art from that big blue enchantment that we saw earlier, that creatures lose all abilities. All right, we got a swamp, the Razor-Tide Bridge, and a Chrome Courier. When enters the battlefield, reveal the top 2 cards of your library, put one in your hand and the other in your graveyard. And then if you put an artifact into your hand this way, gain 3 life. A 1/1 for flying is not... I don't really follow that one. Ornithopter of Paradise. 2 mana, 0/2 with flying. Tap to add 1 mana of any color. So, Ornithopter is, of course, a 0 mana, 0/2 with flying. Birds of Paradise is a 1 mana, 0/1 that has tap to add 1 mana of any color. So, clearly, when we throw the 2 of them together, what do we get? 2 mana for a tap to add 1 mana of any color. But it does still tap to add 1 mana of any color on a 2 mana artifact. That's not bad. Marble Gargoyle. Pay a white, it gets +0/+1. Oh, this is that thing that that's really difficult to cut unless you use a lightning axe. Neat. So, I'm glad there's a lot of old flavor, card-wise, coming back in. Fairgrounds Patrol. Exile this from your graveyard to create a Thopter. That's a card. Dragon's Rage Channeler. Okay, so this is the card from that art earlier that we saw. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, Surveil 1. And then as long as there are 4 or more types of cards in the graveyard, it gets +2/+2, has flying, and must attack each turn if able. So it becomes a 1 mana 3/3 with flying that must always attack. No, that's good. And here we have Fast and Furious, which is how you read these split cards. Fast is an instant where you discard a card, then draw 2 cards. And Furious is a sorcery where it deals 3 damage to each creature without flying. So, with split cards like this, you choose one, and you cast that one. That's how it works. Alright, and we have Cauldra Complete, a 7 mana artifact equipment with Indestructible, and equipped creature has +5/+5, First Strike, Trample, Indestructible, Haste, and whenever this creature deals combat damage to a creature, exile that creature. Which isn't bad, except it has equipped 7. The only reason it's useful is because Living Weapon makes it come into play with a 0/0 black germ creature token attached to it. So this technically is a 5/5 with First Strike, Trample, Indestructible, Haste when it comes into play. But if you can remove the creature somehow, because you can't destroy it as indestructible, it'll cost 7 mana to throw this on something else. Oh, hey! Fire and Ice. This is a rare? I don't remember this being a rare before. Well, that's a shame. Fire just deals 2 damage. Ice taps a permanent, draw a card. This is a reprint. I just don't think this should have been a rare. Well, we've got an old border for the Marble Gargoyle. And a foil Burdened Aerialist. So we've seen both of those already, so. So we've had multiple kinds of split cards in the past. Those ones, obviously, because that last one was a reprint. There was split cards in Ravnica and Return to Ravnica. And with Return to Ravnica, we had the fuse mechanic, where you could pay both halves of the split card, and they'll both go off in order of them on the card. So you had one card and then a second card, so it'll be like Feast and Famine. So it'll be Feast on one side, Famine on the other. That's how that's how you read those ones. That's why it's Fire and Ice. And then there was in oh, come on, I can think of this. Amonkhet. We had the secondary shift of those, where you had a card that had an effect when you played it from your hand, but you could also have a different effect that you play from your graveyard. So those were like Dusk Dawn. So it'd be Dusk to Dawn or Rags to Riches. And then we got the 4/4 Beast token. That's our token. And the art is Scurry Oak. Let's see what Scurry Oak looks like. Oh, it's just full of squirrels. Come on, focus. Yeah, sorry that this is, like, not the best production value of literally anything, but, you know, we're here. Got a Plains. Flourishing Strike. Either deal 5 damage to a creature with flying, and you can't read it. Come on. Just gotta cover up Liliana. Focus. Okay. Flourishing Strike. Either deal 5 damage to a creature with flying, or give a creature +3/+3 until end of turn, and then you can entwine it by paying an additional 2 and a green, so a grand total of 5 mana to do both. Bottle Golems. 4 mana 3/3. When it dies, you gain life equal to its power. This is a throwback to Bottle Gnomes, where it just you can sacrifice it to gain 3 life. Loathsome Curator. Exploit. So when it enters the battlefield, you can sacrifice a creature. It's a 5/4 with Menace for 5, but when it exploits a creature, destroy target creature you don't control with mana value 3 or less. Okay. Step Through. Oh, this is the actual card version of that other card that we looked at earlier that didn't have the rule text for wizard cycling. Return 2 target creatures to their owner's hand, and then search for your library for a wizard if you discard it. Oh, okay. Neat. Ethereum Spinner, we've looked at. I didn't like. Glimmer Baron, we've looked at. I liked. Ethersworn Sphinx. Affinity for artifacts, Flying Cascade. It costs 9 mana. You could get this out very cheaply. So, I approve. I also put the Fire and Ice in the wrong stack. I have a stack for rares and a stack for uncommons, and I put it in the stack for uncommons. So yes, I approve of the Ethersworn Sphinx. Just as a rule, it's a nice card. Profane Tutor, again, no mana cost. So suspend 2, and after 2 turns, you search your library for a card and put it into your hand. Hope you don't draw the card you're going to look for within those 2 turns. It's a good card. People want this card. It's akin to, Demonic Tutor, Vampiric Tutor. People like to search up cards. That's just part of human nature. It is probably going to be one of the more expensive cards if you can get it in a different border or foil. Clearly we didn't get those, so. Sea Drake. 4/3 for 2 from, what, Portal? Is this from Portal? When it enters the battlefield, return 2 target lands you control to their owner's hand. Yeah, it feels like this is from Portal. It's also not a good card, but it could be. Maybe it's from, like, the Game Nights set. I don't know. Galvanic Relay. Exile the top card of your library. During your next turn, you may... Oh! Okay. So, 3 mana, sorcery. Exile the top card of your library. During your next turn, you may play that card. Not until your next turn. During your next turn. And it has Storm. So, yeah, that might be real good, actually. Dray Keeper. I believe we looked at this guy once before. But, one second. Was it one of the, It was not one of the concept art cards, so it must have been one of the old borders. Okay, Step Through was the old border one. What on earth was this guy? Because I get the feeling we talked about this one before. Maybe we just had him before. But now it's foil. So yeah, when it enters the battlefield... Oh, come on. My phone keeps vibrating. I don't know why. Let's see. Don't need that. That's important. Don't need that. Can't do that. That arrived. Can't do that. Like 5 people went live on Twitch. It's 80 degrees out. Wow, yeah, no, there's a lot going on my phone. But yeah, we got another Dire Keeper, Dray Keeper. Look at those angry squirrels with the fire in their eyes. Enters the battlefield, create 2 squirrel tokens. Squirrels you control get +1/+0 and menace. We've talked about this before, I just don't remember when. I mean, it was a common, so we could have just had it in the commons. crab token. Woo. And our art card is Glimmer Baron. So it's a little oaf. Look at the little oaf. All right, and then we've got a mountain, a guardian Kieran, which means that we have another Kieran in the set, or in the pool of Kierans. Double checking this, make sure it's active. All right, flying. Whenever another creature you control dies, put a +1/+1 counter on this. You can get away with some big things that way. Deep Wood Denizens, 3/2 with Vigilance for 3, but pay 6 and tap to draw a card. This ability costs 1 less to activate for each +1/+1 counter on creatures you control, though. So you could get this down to, just green, tap, draw a card. White-green Indestructible Bridge. Captured by Legax. Enchanted creature can't attack or block. And when this enters the battlefield, you support 2, so you put a +1/+1 counter on each of up to 2 target creatures. We have a Monoskelion, because it comes in play with 1 +1/+1 counter. You can pay 1 and remove a +1/+1 counter from it to deal 1 damage to any target. This is awful. Like, I understand that this is based off of Triskelion, where it comes into play with 3 +1/+1 counters on it, and you remove a +1/+1 counter to deal 1 damage. The problem with this is you have to pay mana to remove a +1/+1 counter. So, an unfinished body with unfinished business. It's not a good card. This is not good. This isn't going to see play in a lot of things. I think this is just filling out the ranks of the draft experience. Although it can be useful with modular. Now we have... Ooh. It would help if this thing focused a lot better. Alright, come on. There we go. Arcbound Shikari. It's a 0/0 cat soldier with first strike. And enters the battlefield, put a +1/+1 counter on it for each other artifact you control. And it has modular too. So, it comes in innately as a 2/2, but you get a +1/+1 counter for each other artifact creature you control. So, that could get real big. Arcbound Whelp. It's flying. It has fire breathing, which is pay a red, give it +1/+0. 4 mana for modular 2. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. That's all it is. It's just fine. General Ferris Rockerick. Hexproof from Monocolored. It's a 3/1 for 3. And whenever you cast a multicolored spell, create a 4/4 red and white Golem artifact creature token. This isn't really the card you build a deck around. This barely even goes in the 99, honestly. Wonder is now a rare as opposed to an uncommon. Thanks for that. As long as Wonder's in your graveyard and you control an island, creatures you control have flying. That's what Wonder is. Otherwise, it's just a 2/2 for 4. Oh. Okay. So this is kind of what I was talking about. Road to Ruin. Aftermath is the effect here. So, Road, search your library for a basic card and put it on the battlefield tapped. So this goes Road to Ruin. And Ruin, you deal damage to target creature equal number of lands you control. And a foil copy of Late to Dinner. Which, that's good. Okay, is this even running? Yeah, it's clearly running, but it's probably just like blowing the air from outside inside. Which is still airflow, so I can't complain too much about it. It's better than just sweltering in stagnant air. Come on. There we go. Alright, we've got a Thopter token. And our art card is Svelun of the Sea, of Sea and Sky. So that's what the art card looks like. Nah. And then for cards themselves, we have an island, an Orchard Strider, which we've had before. Come on. Focus. Alright, yep, Orchard Strider. Yeah, make 2 foods. We got So Shiny, which we've seen before. Tanglepool Bridge, we've had it before. Vectis Gloves. Equipped creature gets +2/+0 and has Artifact Landwalk. Ooh. Actually strong because of all the artifact lands, and wow. I'm gonna have to change glove. Apparently. Oh, wow, that is... Yeah, give me 1 second. I'm gonna change these gloves out because I just touched my face and woof. There should not be that much of a sheen on those gloves after that. And I don't want to, slam that all over the cards. So, oh, come on. Alright, grab another pair of gloves. Fortunately, I have a few of these. And then when these fail, I have other gloves as well. Oh, God. Maybe immediately putting on gloves after taking off gloves was not the best bet. A little bit of a tight fit. But that's also why I'm wearing the gloves. Because hands do hand things. And, one of those things is touch. And when you touch, you pick up stuff. And don't really want to get that all over some of these cards. Although sometimes stuff like this happens where the glove just definitely does not attach itself to my hand properly. Presumably because these are designed to go on one way, even though it doesn't actually say that, and no one actually tells you how. Alright. Yeah, that's still uncomfortable, but... I don't know why the last pair of gloves felt just fine. This one feels terrible. Alright, so. Vectus gloves. The equipped creature gets artifact land walk. Very important, all those artifact lands. Healer's Flock. A 3/3 with flying and lifelink for 3 mana. Well, I mean, it's not bad. Blossoming Calm. 1 mana instant, you gain hexproof until your next turn, and you gain 2 life. And then it has rebound, so you get it also during your next turn. So you have hexproof for 2 turns, and you gain 4 life. Pretty good. Blessed Respite. Come on. I need to show exactly what this card is about because this is an interesting card and I do like this. So, Blessed Respite. Target player shuffles their graveyard into their library and prevent all combat damage would be dealt this turn. So this is 2 mana for 2 different card effects. One of which is Fog, which prevents all combat damage that would be dealt this turn. That is a 1 mana card. The other is, I believe, Gaia's Blessing, which is what this symbol right here is, which shuffles 3 cards from your graveyard into your library. But this just shuffles the whole graveyard into the whole library. Interesting. Resurgent Belief. Return all enchantment cards from your graveyard to the battlefield. Again, it has no mana cost up here. I don't see this being a great Cascade target. And since it has Suspend, it gives your opponents a couple turns to work around it. And when you remove the last time counter, you're supposed to cast it then and there, so you can't plan your turn around having a lot more enchantments going into your graveyard. So that's not really the best. Extruder. 4 mana, 4/3 with Echo 4. It's a Juggernaut. And sacrifice an artifact, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature. Sure, it's a reprint. That's all it is. Oh, there's that step through again. So it was the old frame is what we had it. So we've seen this card a couple of times. Seal of Cleansing. This is like those enchantments that we saw. This one is... I just scratched my face again. This one is Disenchant. Destroy target artifact or enchantment. So, I mean, that's all it is. I know I haven't been, super chatty about things, but because I kind of figured, well, realistically, what I did was I posted with, the actual hashtags, MTG and Pokemon TCG, to see if those would go out get picked up by people to be like, oh yeah, let's take a look at this. But I guess it's not terribly worked because I was anticipating some amount of of more people. But thank you for being here. I'm not saying like, oh, I'm mad that there's not more people here. Thank you for being here, because it's always bad when there's less people. Also, I don't think we have a token here, so looks like we have another card from the list. Shattered Ego appears to be the art. So there's the art. All right. We've got a swamp, a knighted mirror. So we've not seen this card yet. Wait. Hold on. Oh, that mechanic. All right, so we're gonna try to get this to actually read. So the Knighted Mirror is a 2/2 for 2 and a white. Come on. And it has Adapt 1, which is an old mechanic from when we returned to Ravnica. It was the Simic mechanic. So you can, if it has no +1/+1 counters on it, you can pay this and put a +1/+1 counter on it. And whenever one or more +1/+1 counters are put on Knighted Mirror, it gains double strike until end of turn. So that's not bad. Mirror Scrappling, 1/1 for 1. Sacrifice it, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature. Great. Unbound Potential. Choose one, put a +1/+1 counter on each of up to 2 target creatures. So that's already a good start. And Proliferate, so you can do it again if you pay a total of 6 mana. Break Ties, we've seen this card before. Barbed Spike. It's an equipment. As it enters the battlefield, create a Thopter, and then attach Barbed Spike to it. So it's like a living equipment, only better? Worse? I mean, equipped creature just gets +1/+0. I don't know if it's better or worse. Slag Strider. 3/3 for 7 mana. With affinity for artifacts. So it could be a 3/3 for 2. Pay 1, sack an artifact, deal 1 damage to any target. Not the worst. It's good. It's a good payout for all of those artifact creature decks. Speaking of a good payout for all those artifact creature decks, we have Caprichrome. Come on. Come on, come on. You can do this. In the meantime, I'll read its stats. It is 4 mana for a 2/2 with Flash, Vigilance, and Devour Artifact 1. Yeah, that. So as it enters the battlefield, you may sacrifice any number of artifacts. Then this creature, which looks like this, it's a goat, by the way, comes into play with that many +1/+1 counters. And then finally, we have, well, not finally, there's a few cards left. We have Turok, Dread Cantor. This is the man who has hymns and other things written to and about him. A 2/1 for, it would really help if the camera focused. There we go. A 2/1 for 2 mana with Kicker Double Black. Has protection from white, and whenever your opponent discards a card, put a +1/+1 counter on Turok. And when it enters the battlefield, if it was kicked, target opponent discards 2 cards at random. So, if you kick it, if you spend 4 mana on this guy, it's a 4/3. Just period, because your opponent discards 2 cards at random when it comes into play. So, that's good. I like that. Soul Snare, we've seen this one before. 1 mana enchantment, sacrifice to exile a creature that's attacking you. Abundant Harvest, we've seen this one before, but this is the sketch card. So the mood surrounded by the abundance of nature. Unholy Heat. 2 damage to target creature or planeswalker. But if there are 4 more card types in your graveyard, deal 6 instead. For 1 mana. And the card from the list... Evermind. Evermind has no mana cost. Spells without mana costs can't be played. This is where that ruling is. You draw a card when you cast it, though, and you can splice it onto Arcane. You know, all those Arcane cards that we opened up in this set. You know how many that was? 0. Why would they make this a card? Okay, I can understand why they would make this a card. Why would they put this on a reprint list? Because this isn't, like, a good card. I'm just going to put it directly into the box. Because, frankly, that's how it feels. There's no reason for that card to ever have gotten reprinted in something like this. Because it is... worthless. It is a useless card. Like, sure. Oh boy, I get to throw it into a deck with Cascade. But if I draw it, I have a dead card in my hand. I can't cast it. Because I don't have arcane spells in my deck. Because why would I run arcane spells in my deck? How would I run arcane spells in my deck? There is no arcane spells that I have seen. So there are some complaints that I could have about the list. Alright. We've got a token, so no card from the list. Mental Journey. I feel we've seen that one. Ah, but this one has a signature. Which means that's going to be worth more to some people. I don't really care. Got a Plains. Got the red-black Indestructible Bridge. Terminal Agony. We've seen this before. But now it's in the regular card form, so... Fodder Tosser. 3 mana artifact, discard a card, just deal 2 damage to target player or planeswalker. You cannot hit creatures with this. Scophos Reaver. We've seen him before, but this time not foily. Viashino Lashclaw. Tap, discard a card, creatures you control gain haste. That's actually pretty good for giving creatures haste. It itself will never be able to attack with that effect, though. Rakdos Headliner. We've had this card a couple of times. Blazing Rootwalla. We've had this card once before, too. This time we now have the regular art for it. Sorry, card frame for it. Ah, Sword of Hearth and Home. So like I said, this is the protection sword. This was definitely a worthwhile box to buy, frankly. Because a lot of people like these swords because they give protection from the 2 colors of the sword and then effects of the 2 colors that it gives protection from. So this one, it's 3 mana, has equip 2. And whenever equipped creature deals combat damage to a player, you can exile up to one target creature you own, then search your library for a basic land. Put both of them onto the battlefield under your control, and shuffle your library. So, you get any enter the battlefield effects that a creature would have, and then you also get a land. Ah, yes. The reprint of Upheaval. Which is funny in its own right, frankly. But, come on. Come on. Show them what Upheaval is. Because Upheaval reads, return all permanents to their owner's hands, including yours, for 6 mana. At sorcery speed. Woo! Old Border Glimmerband. Nice. Okay, we're gonna have to reset that. And then, boop. And it helps if it stays there when I press the button. So, like I said, ages ago, I do have a second thing set up for me to actually monitor the stream itself to make sure that things aren't bad. Like, to see how the sound works and make sure things are all going okay. Ah, and then we have a foil Terminal Agony. So that's, what, 3 copies of Terminal Agony? If I was planning on using that in a modern deck, that'd be pretty good. Alright. Come on. There we go. There we go. Awesome. Here we are. So we have a germ token. I guess the germ it makes is a specifically Phyrexian germ token instead of just a black germ token. And our art card is... what on earth? Great Drone Dahada. Huh. Definitely not what I anticipated when I read the name. It would help if it focused correctly. Yeah. So, I guess, yeah, that's some good art there, but again, I know a lot of stuff, I don't know everything. A lot of the old lore for Magic did not get scooped up because I kind of started playing around 8th edition, frankly. So a lot of the older information I never learned. We've seen Mountain Velas Manticore and Blue-Red Artifact Bridge, Storm God's Oracle, we've seen this. Gouge Zealot, we've seen this. Unholy Heat, we've seen this. Flame Blitz, we have not seen. So it's a 1-mana enchantment. At the beginning of your end step, deal 5 damage to each Planeswalker. What? Just 5 damage to all Planeswalkers. I don't care about mine, I'll just not play Planeswalkers. 5 damage to each Planeswalker, this solves a lot of problems. Like, so many problems. And apparently we only had 1 uncommon. So, Yusri, Fortune's Flame. When it attacks, choose a number between 1 and 5. Flip that many coins. For each flip you win, draw a card. For each flip you lose, deal 2 damage to you. If you win all 5 flips this way, you may cast spells from your hand this turn without paying their mana cost. So, give her lifelink. Give her lifelink and then not care. Give her lifelink. Play the guy that says whenever you win a flip, you get 2 treasures. Play the enchantment that says whenever you win 10 flips, you'll win, then begin the next upkeep, and then not care. Persist. Return target non-legendary creature from your graveyard to the battlefield with a -1/-1 counter on it. It's for 2 mana. Wow. Actually, wow. That could get really powerful. Mirari's Wake. This has seen plenty of reprints in like commander sets, so this isn't an expensive card. It's just wanted. People want this card because it's 5 mana. Creatures you control get +1/+1, and your lands tap for additional mana. It's good. It's good. Another copy of Kitchen Imp. Show an imp that's a kitchen helper for Asmore, the Underworld Cook. Asmore is, in fact, the Underworld Cook. I've been avoiding saying her name this whole time because it is absurd. Like, here, let me find it because I know it was within the first little bit there. All right, yeah, it was basically right on the bottom because she's mentioned on the flavor text of the Marble Gargoyle. This is her name. Right there, that's her name. I'm not going to read it. I'm not going to say it out loud. Because it is definitely a name. All right. We've got how many packs left in this box? 6. I believe 6 packs left. That includes this one that I'm opening right now. And no token, so we have another card from the list. Maybe it'll be better than that last one. Maybe. Alright. You know, I should have put that Sword of Hearth and Home in one of these. Because this is another of those cards that people want. Alright. We've got an art card. Flay Essence. Sick. Alright. We have a Forest. A Revolutionist. 6 mana for a 3/3 wizard. When it enters the battlefield, return target instant or sorcery from your graveyard to your hand. But it has madness, so it could be better. Ah, the regular art card of Faithless Salvaging. Is that? That was a bug. I hate it when there's bugs in here. Because that means I have to do something about it later. Arcbound Tracker, Menace, Modular 2. It's a 3 mana, so it's a 3 mana 2/2. But whenever you cast a spell other than your first spell each turn, put a +1/+1 counter on it. So if you cast more than one spell a turn, you get that many +1/+1 counters. Like, if you cast 4 spells at a turn, 3 +1/+1 counters. Galvanic Relay is the regular bordered version of the spell that we've looked at before. And Gargadon. Again, this is actually, I'm surprised we've gotten through this whole entire box and not seen other copies of Gargadon. Feast of Sanity. Whenever you discard a card, Feast of Sanity deals 1 damage to any target and you gain a life. Okay. Okay. Not awful. Mystic Redaction. Oh, it's not a counterspell. At the beginning of your upkeep, scry 1, and whenever you discard a card, each opponent mills 2 cards. Ooh. Okay. Neat. Yavimaya, Cradle of Growth. Each land is a forest in addition to its other land types. Alright.
Light at the end of the slumber.
Right in his sleeve.
Life at the close of the sleep. Facing the world with a hunger.
Come on.
Burn out of the deep.
This is another old reprint card. It's called Milliken,
Look to do
which is its own separate question of how it took so long for this keyword to happen. So, yeah. Milliken. Mill a card, add a colorless. That's it.
into the wild, into the fray, up and away.
Alright, Tide Shaper. We saw this guy well early on. This is the 1/1 where you can kick it to make something else a land, or make a land an island. Got a Foily Gargadon. And our list card,
The rain and the thunder, rise
Hashep Oasis.
my shrine. So many places I've wandered, so
I am really disappointed at this. So this is another one of those cards that has a, I guess, parasitic mechanic around the set that it was in. So, sacrifice a desert, target creature gets +3/+3 until end of turn. First off, you can only do it during your turn as a sorcery, so you can't even, it's not even a combat trick. Secondly, this is literally the only desert that I've encountered ever in this box. I have enough copies of this card because I played during Amonkhet. This doesn't need to be part of the list. In the box it goes. Alright, we have a token, so it's a clue token. I wonder what that's a clue for. Some sort of necklace. Who knows? And our art card is Garth One Eye. So we've seen him. But it's signed. So that's worth it to some people. We've got a plains, and it's not focusing again. Come on. There we go. Foul Watcher. When it enters the battlefield, surveil 1, and if there are 4 more card types in your graveyard, it gets +1/+0. So this could be a 2-mana 2/2 with flying. Aeromoeba. It's a 4-mana 2/4 with flying. But if you discard a card, you switch its power and toughness. Nice. Gilt Blade Prowler. Pay 1 and a life to draw a card, but only if you've discarded a card this turn. Oh, hey look, to now we know what Flay Essence actually does. 3 mana, exile target creature or planeswalker, and you gain life. You can number of counters on it. Okay. Ooh, Sudden Edict. Split Second. I'm surprised they printed a card with Split Second on it again. So, as long as this spell is on the stack, and once you cast it, it goes on the stack, players cannot play spells or activate abilities aside from adding mana to their mana pool or other specific things that have other rulings. But so they can't do anything in response to this. So just cause your opponent to target player sacrifices a creature and they do nothing about it. Break the Ice. Destroy target land that is snow or could produce colorless. Or you destroy each land that is snow or could produce colorless. Oh god, I was afraid I was going to have to do this. Alright, so we have opened... Oh god, okay. As Morano Mardikadastina Kuldakar, whose name is so large, you cannot have a mana cost. But, if you discard a card, it only costs 1 to cast. When Asmore enters the battlefield, search for the Underworld Cookbook, reveal it, and put it in your hand, and you can sacrifice 2 foods to have target creature deal 6 damage to itself, which can be very good or very bad. Like if it has lifelink, maybe you just want to force something to cause you to gain life. Otherwise, I do like this card. This is a good card. The fact that she's in the old border, I might just prompt me to put that in a sleeve. So this is... Wait, what? Ave Progenitor Ooze. 5 mana for a 2/2 with Storm. This creature has Storm. It's not legendary if it's a token, and it enters the battlefield with a +1/+1 counter on it for each other ooze you control. Why did they make a creature with Storm? Why did they make a legendary creature with Storm? I'm afraid of it for various reasons. Seal of Cleansing, we know. Ornithopter of Paradise in the old order, that's nice. And Foil Chatterstorm. Okay, so firstly, we'll put Asmore into a sleeve, because it's old border Asmore, it's just not foil. The Ooze, I'm afraid of. Just the prospect. I very much fear that card. But yeah, we saw some of the other cards, the Soul Cleansing, and apparently I didn't show you guys what it was so well. Again, if you have, as always, if you have any suggestions of stuff that you want to see me do, or see me play, or just things in general, feel free to leave them in a comment, send them in a message, chat directly at me with them. If you want to send me off to your friends, do that too. Feel free to. We have a mini game card, it's not even a token. That's why I don't like these things, because It's worse than the rule cards, because the rule cards at least teach you something. And then Yavimaya Cradle of Growth is the art, which we just saw not too long ago. Okay, we've got a mountain, Unholy Heat, which we've seen, Fell Watcher, which we've seen, Air Amoeba, we've seen that too. This is almost exactly like the previous pack, isn't it? Guildblade Prowler. Oh, never mind. World Werewolf. It's been a while since we've seen that one. And here we have Road to Ruin. So we've seen this in the sketch form. So this is what it looks like now. But it's uncommon, so it goes over there in the uncommons. Strike It Rich. 1 mana, create a treasure. With flashback. So you can do it twice. Ignoble Hierarch. This is probably one of the ones that people are really excited about because it's along the same lines as the Noble Hierarch, but this one can tap for black instead of white. Probably gonna have to put that in a sleeve. Hey, they reprinted Braids! Alright, at the beginning of each player's upkeep, that player sacrifices an artifact, creature, or land. That's it. It's symmetrical, so nobody can complain. Old border of Aeromoeba. Nice. And a foil Aethersworn Sphinx. Like I said, just leaving this one up because people are going to want it. So Noble Hierarch is either white, red, or green mana, but it taps for, and it also has Exalted. So people really liked that for various decks, and I never really cared. Exalted is a nice trigger. When a creature attacks alone, it gets +1/+1 for each card with Exalted you have. Specifically for each instance of Exalted you have. A card could have multiple instances of Exalted. No token, so we do get a list card. And our art is Junkwinder. That looks interesting. Maybe we'll encounter it. We've got a Plains. We've got hope that this thing sorts itself out again. Come on. Here we go. Soul of Migration. 7 mana for a 2/4 with flying. And when it comes into play, you make 2 1/1 birds. But you can evoke it for 4. So you can pay 4 mana and get 2 1/1 birds. This is an awful card. Piercing Rays. Oh, we saw the art for this one before. 2 mana, exile target tapped creature. And you can reveal this during your upkeep to tap target untapped creature for 3 mana. That's what Forecast is. It's not a bad mechanic, it's just not a great mechanic. Said and Done. So, Said, 3 mana for a sorcery. Return target instant or sorcery from your graveyard to your hand. And Done, 4 mana for an instant. Tap up to 2 target creatures. Those creatures don't untap during their next untap step. It certainly is a card. Not a great card, not a bad card. Alright, Lucid Dreams, 5 mana, draw X cards, or X the number of card types among cards in your graveyard. Not for 5 mana. Not for 5 mana. Altar of the Goyf. 5 mana for a tribal artifact Lurgoyf. Whenever a creature you control attacks alone, it gets +X/+X until end of turn, where X is the number of card types among cards in all graveyards. And Lurgoyf creatures you control have trample. Note this does not make the creature attacking a Lurgoyf, but this is a hilarious card nonetheless. I do like it. I just don't see myself playing it. Prophetic Titan, 6 mana, probably uses like Prophetic Bolt or something. When it enters the battlefield, choose one. If there are 4 or more card types among all cards, do both instead. Either deal 4 damage to any target, or look at the top 4 cards, put one into your hand and the rest in the bottom. Sounds like Prophetic Bolt, so if you have Delirium, cast Prophetic Bolt as well. Oh boy, I think we get Crab Rave. Scuttle Tide. 1 mana, discard a card, create a crab. And then Delirium, crabs you control get +1/+1, as long as there are 4 or more card types among cards in your graveyard. Yeah, it's Crab Rave time. Haha, awesome. Sadly, I only opened one of those. Okay, got too much garbage on the table again. Alright, Timeless Dragon. We saw the art for this before, but now we actually see the dragon itself. 5 mana for a 5/5 with flying. Not bad. You can discard it to search for a plains, and then you can make it come back as a zombie, but it's a 4/4 for 4 at that point. Still has flying, though. Goblin Bombardment. They reprinted this card, this common, as a rare. This was a common. It's now a rare. But, sacrifice a creature, deal 1 damage to any target. It was a common. Sudden Edicts. The intent. The illustration uses an existing visual gag that shows the moments before and after a spell was cast. We'd like you to use this visual gag for a spell that destroys a creature. Yes, so this is the whole split-second visual gag that they have. There's always something here, and then it's usually gone here because of this line. So that's neat. This appears to be a foil Old Border Inevitable Betrayal. I'm going to grab a sleeve right now. I could care less about whatever that list card is, because this is probably worth something. Let's see. Great Teacher's oh, come on. Yeah, no, this is a bunk card. Great Teacher's Decree. Creatures you control get +2/+1, and it has rebound. So 4 mana and a sorcery. This is at least usable. It's not a terrible card. I mean, it's not an awful card. It's a medium. It's not even medium. It's not a good card. But it's not Evermind. I can at least run that in any deck and hope for the best, because most decks have creatures. We have a creature token, so that means no list card. And it's a Thopter. Art is Glorious Enforcer. Let's see what that looks like. We've seen her before. Here she is again. Foil planes, so into the foils. Then we have Turok's Canticle. We've had Turok before. We had Turok. We've had this card. This just powers up your Turok. Cabal Initiate. Discard a card. It gains lifelink. Becomes a 3/3. We've seen this guy. Whoops. Here goes some garbage. Okay. I missed one. Okay. Yeah. So, we've got blue-black artifact land. Fey Offering. We haven't seen this card yet. 3-mana enchantment at the beginning of each end step. If you cast both a creature spell and a non-creature spell, create a food, clue, and treasure token. Neat. Alright. Spreading Insurrection. We have seen this one. Captain Ripley Vance, we've seen this one. A copy of Marsh Flats, which is just spreading all those cards around. Another fetch land. Again, people like those, so in a sleeve it goes. And then we have, come on. Get the words. Awesome. Priest of Fell Rites. Get yourself focused and then drop down. So you can focus on that. Priest of Fell Rites. 2 mana, 2/2. Tap, pay 3 life, sacrifice it to return target creature from your graveyard to the battlefield. And then you can unearth it to do it again. Not a bad card. Just not a bad card. Whoa. Whoa. Okay. Scourge Familiar. 5 mana, 3/2 with flying, but discard a card, add black to your mana pool until you change phases. Just discard a card, get black mana. Very powerful. We've seen Mind Collapse. It's just an old border. And foil Breathless Night. We've seen Breathless Night too. Okay. Last booster of this box. And then I think I did say I was going to open Pokemon. So the question is, I'm not gonna lie. I'm gonna open the rest of the repacks. I do have a Shining Fates Elite Trainer pack that I bought a while ago for this express purpose. We got a token, so no final list card. But let's see what we get from those repacks first. And because honestly, it's like 308, and I don't know. Well, it's only 10 packs, but this was 30. I did do a lot of reading of what the cards were. Aethersworn Sphinx. So we've seen this guy. Yeah. Got a Swamp. Disciple of the Sun, which we've not seen before. When it enters the battlefield, return target permanent with CMC 3 or less from your graveyard to your hand. Seems a bit expensive. Tzeris Charger. This one has Escape. So, exile 5 cards and pay 5. But it escapes with your choice of a +1/+1 counter or a flying counter. That's a terrible, terrible cost for that. So we've seen the Starfish. We've seen Echoing Return, and I got surprised by it. Specimen Collector. When it enters the battlefield, create a 1/1 green squirrel and a 0/3 blue crab. When it dies, create a token that's a copy of target token you control. That seems a bit much of a cost. Like, for 5 mana, make 2 tokens and then maybe a copy of a different token. I'm not for that one. Here's the Junk Winder. 7 mana, affinity for artifacts. And whenever a token enters under your control, tap target non-land permanent an opponent controls, it doesn't untap during the next untap step. Nah. Search the premises. Whenever a creature attacks you or a planeswalker you control, investigate. Ooh. I don't really have a method to break that one thought out yet, so that'll be a different time. Nettle Cyst. 3 mana, living weapon, and equipped creature gets +1/+1 for each artifact and or enchantment you control. That's not bad. Patchwork Gnomes we've seen before. Goblin and Necromancer we've also seen, even in this border. And then Lens Flare. Shiny Lens Flare. Yeah, that's what it looks like. That's the Lens Flare. Okay, give me 2 seconds to clean up, these commons, uncommons, and rares that I've amassed throughout the whole thing. Commons, uncommons, and then we have tokens, art cards, old border, sketch cards, rares, mythics, foils, this card that I want to keep, definitely want to keep that one. And then we can look at these cards that I put aside that I thought maybe were going to be expensive and might be worthwhile holding on to, like the Marsh Flats or the Inevitable Betrayal. We got, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This guy, maybe not, but he is hard to... It is a foil in the old border. 9, 10, 11, 12, 13... I don't know. Maybe not all of those cards are going to be worth something. I might have to double check that later. In the meantime, however... Yeah, take that. Chatterstorm. Now we get to take all of those and just close the box. And then we take the box and we put it down here for safekeeping until the stream ends. And then I put the box away. Because that's how this works. I can and will make a modern deck out of those. Just not right now. Oh, right. The other thing that was supposed to go with that. This card is the Buy a Box promo. It's already in a sleeve, so it's very foily. It's called Sanctum Prelate. Yeah, Sanctum Prelate. As it comes into play, you choose a number. It's a 3-mana 2/2. And non-creature spells with the mana value equal to the chosen number cannot be cast. So it's akin to Chalice of the Void. But you can choose any number. What was that? Ah, well. I'll worry about that later. Now, we've got this. The Elite Trainer box for Shining Fates. We've also got like 40 minutes left of the stream. The upside is this is, you know, only like 10 boosters and a pack of energy. The downside is I can literally not get this box open. Come on. Put on gloves because I didn't want to have to worry about, like, you know, my hands, but without fingertips, it's sometimes really difficult. Uh-oh. Sticky static things. Alright, so we've got the rest of these card sleeves. And then the Shining Fates Elite Trainer box. There is a collector's kind of poster in the back if you separate this thing somehow. It does look nice, and if I could, I will, you know, hold on to this, because frankly at the end of all of this I'm putting everything back together. Because I haven't played Pokemon in a long time. Oh, it's supposed to go in sideways, not top and down ways. My bad. Alright, so now we have the box, which I did order off of, you know, a site. I didn't buy this from my local game store, sadly. Let's see, we've got damage counters, dice, a paper thing that grabbed onto one of the packs. Some more packs. Specific EV card. Some dividers. Bunch of energy and... yeah, a bunch of energy. And this little code card, which, I mean, we're gonna wait on that one. Because who knows, maybe I'm gonna use it. Maybe I'll use it to play Pokemon the online card game. And then we've got these, little EV sleeves. EV sleevies. So, let's put things kind of back. I've got these other Pokemon cards that I opened up. All those rares get to go in there. Use a divider to keep them divided. I have no clue what to do with this. Pokemon card game trading rules. Don't need those. The energy is energy. Might be useful to have, even as a bookend, to keep things from falling inside of this little case. And then this is the Eevee that comes with it. It's an EVV Max. And remove these. This is the only, I think this is the only way to actually get this art of Eevee. Presumably you can get this Eevee somewhere else, but this is the only way to get this one. It's just an Eevee. Alright, so now we have Shining Fates Pokemon cards. Again, I don't know a lot about the value of some of these things. I don't know exactly, because apparently there's a certain way to open them to be surprised. Like, honestly, if there's a certain way to open them, that'd be nice. Wow, this is not going well. There we go. Goodness gracious. I can't even get this pack open. Usually when stuff like that happens, I get really concerned. Because that means somebody may have tampered with it. Alright, so we have an energy. I remembered it was 4. It was three from the back to the front, and then the fourth one was an energy. So, Thwacky is an uncommon. Rusted Shield. If these will focus again. I'm not gonna be reading what all of these do, because a lot of these are like specifically Zenazenta V gets plus 70 HP with this thing equipped. A Rotom. Then we have a Coughing. A Cacnea, which that's kind of the same Cacnea that we opened previously. A Gossifleur. Come on. Yeah, there we go. Gossifleur. Snom. Everybody loves Snom. Nickit. Apparently a very shiny Rillaboom V. I don't know anything about what's what, so... Like, is this good? Is this bad? It's got a D in the bottom. And then, boss's orders. That's the rare, so... I mean, sure, it's a card. I'll put it in a sleeve. I don't know. If anybody paying attention does know the answer, I would love to know. But I couldn't tell you if that card's good, bad, or ugly. go. One, two, three to the front. And the fourth one is an energy, which is an energy. So we have gym trainers, Cramorant. I remember this being a very surprising addition to Sword and Shield, especially after, because like its ability is just, hey, you better teach this Pokemon to surf. Tropius, big old banana leaf Pokemon. Yanma. It just shifted out of focus again. Come on. There we go. It's a Morpeko. It's the hangry Pokemon. Got coughing again. Got another Gossifleur. Another Cacnea. I guess that's a reverse hollow Spinarak. And an NDDV. It does look nice. God, I wish I could understand what these things mean. But, I mean... yeah, it does look nice. I just don't know if it's anything that anybody wants. I'll just put it in a sleeve either way, because... because the other part of this is, I mean, you're a reverse hollow. I'll just keep you with the rares. That's how I sort things anyway. The other thing about, Shining Fates is any of these could be shiny Pokemon, which I don't know if either of those were shiny. So maybe I'm just getting, like, luck of the gods, and I have absolutely no clue. Or, I'm not, and I still have absolutely no clue. Alright, so 1, 2, 3 to the front, and then this is an energy. It is an energy. We have Rotom, again. Fluxel, which is the evolved form of Weasel. Come on. Rusted Sword, it powers up the Sword Dog, I guess. Nickit, we've seen. Gossifleur, we've seen. Cacnea, we keep seeing. Cufant, it's a little elephant Pokemon. There's that Weasel. Sizzlipede. Presumably this is a shiny. I think that's what the whole shiny background means. And then, a Luxray. Holographic Luxray. Okay, I think I'm getting the hang of this, aside from the fact that I have no clue what D means. Let's take a look at this Weasel. Yeah, that one's E. But so presumably, because this the Sizzlipede is shiny, and it's under a separate numbers setting. You know, the SVO numbers and then out of numbers. That would, I can only presume that would mean that this Rillaboom is shiny as well, because he's also in the SV category. So we have a shiny Rillaboom V and a shiny Sizzlebeam. I'll just put that there. I can only assume that in DDD that the King DDD V card was just a regular one then. Okay, 1, 2, 3, and then this is an energy, which it is an energy. Good to know that the system works. So we have Luxio, a Thwacky, a Ball Guy, and then Horsey, Grookey, which if I would have bought Sword and Shield, definitely would have gone Grookey as my starter. Morpeko, a different art of Morpeko. Same abilities, but different art. There's that Spinarak, but this one's not reverse hollow. A Weasel. A shiny Suicune? And also a shiny Pierce. Well, I do feel a little bad, because that person that I was talking about sending the My Little Pony magic cards to, she does, you know, card openings every so often, and this is definitely a thing that she wanted. Sorry, Snuffy. Sorry about that. So, I'm gonna sleeve both these up. I don't even know what the situation with this Pierce is. Like, that's just a full art trainer. I'll have to make sure to send that off. Just to, like, I don't want to rub that in because that's really mean to do. They're like, oh yeah, this is the first time I've opened Pokemon cards in ages. Look at what I've pulled. Unless I get something really dumb, like this is the only box of this that I have, and if I open, you know, the shiny, you know, Charizard, maybe then I'll be like, oh hey, I did this. All right, 3 to the front, and then this is an energy, and yeah, it's an energy. Cool. So, we've got Rusted Shield, Eldegoss, which is the level up Gossifleur, Dartrix, Bird Spirit, Rowlet, Roundbird, a Cufant, a Spinarak, hey, Stom's back, and a Horsey, and a Reverse Foil Coughing, and a Cinderace VMAX. I don't know if that's good. I don't know if it's good or not. But it's another card. So, I also know, I don't want to, peek behind that curtain because it may end the streak and all. So there is the code card for each of these packs, and I haven't shown them at all because maybe I want the codes, maybe I want to play the online card game. But the other side of it is, oh my god. So the other side of it is, it does kind of show a little possibility of what you could have in your pack. And we've opened six packs. There are two, I'll show it when I have the other color, unfortunately. 3 to the front, and you're an energy. Alright, we've got Gym Trainer. Floatzel, when it sorts itself out. Rusted Sword. A Cufant. A Buizel. Spinnerack. Shinx. A Coughing. And Jesus God, what is this? Eternus VMAX. Some sort of... and also Manaphy. So, I guess, Shiny Eternus VMAX? Is that what that is? I really don't know. I mean, I'm gonna pop it in a sleeve because it's got a gold border. Alright, 4 more packs. Realistically, what I could do is, after all is said and done on this stream, I could, on my Twitter, post the code cards, because it would give something else for somebody to do. Alright, 3 to the front, and then this should be an energy. Oh, Steel Energy. Nice. But also, after all is said and done, I might, go through and get the value of each of these cards and then put those as well. But I kind of don't want to do that. That does make it feel a little less ingenuous. It's like, oh, I'm just doing this to get the card value, as opposed to, like, this is kind of exciting. Because I do know some of these Pokemon, like Tropius and Rotom. Like, I recognize them because I played basically up until before Sword and Shield. So, a lot of these are fun and nice to see and fun to get. I have no clue what this is, though, because part of the problem is I did miss, so when I played the Pokemon games, everybody's played, Red or Blue in some way, shape, or form. I played it on an emulator, and then I played Fire Red. I have Fire Red. And then I didn't play, because I had Fire Red, I didn't play Ruby or Sapphire. And then I didn't play Diamond and Pearl, but I did have Heart Gold. So technically I did play in Generation 4. And then I skipped a couple. Black and White. I didn't play anything in Black and White. I do have Pokemon Y. And then Moon and Ultra Sun. Okay, reverse foil Volcanion. And regular foil Thievul. Neat. I don't know I don't know. But, so, my Pokemon knowledge isn't bad. It's just not current. And there are some glaring holes. Alright. 1, 2, 3 to the front. And we'll scoot those up. And this should be an energy. It is. Alright, so we've got Luxio, a Team Yell Towel, which heals 50 damage from both Pokemon. Wonder why you'd do that. A Thwacky, a Yanma, a Trapinch, Nickit, Gossifleur, Cacnea. We keep seeing Gossifleur and Cacnea. Reverse Foil Cacnea, and a Celebi. Okay. Sure. Alright. 1, 2, 3 to the front. And then energy? Dark energy. Cool. Cramorant. Team Yell Towel again. Thwacky. Trapinch. Weasel. A Shinx. Coughing. Another Trapinch. A reverse hollow Trapinch. And a full art Birdkeeper. Well, I mean, that's a second full art trainer in this one 10-pack package. I guess final pack. So let's see what we get. If I can ever actually get this thing to grip. There we go. There we go. Alright, let's put that over there. 3 to the front. Then energy. Okay, grass energy. So Rusted Shield, which we've definitely seen. Eldegoss, come on. Cool. Eldegoss. Dartrix. Nickit. Cacnea. So many Cacnea. A Cufant. We got an Eevee. We actually got an Eevee out of the Eevee box. Weasel. Shiny Dedenne. And a Dreadnought. Alright, yeah, that's it. That's all of those Pokemon packs. That was just 10 packs. 10 packs of Pokemon. So, the reason I was waiting on, doing this, because it seemed really weird and I was hoping I wasn't going to jinx myself, is because in the back, so the Pokemon card packs will have different colors depending on what might be in it, which is weird and kind of counterproductive. So you can be like, well, this card, this one's from the Elite Trainer box. So if I were to flip this up, you would get the code for the Elite Trainer box. But if it was just a green card, then you would know that it's not really a like a rare value pack. The problem is, as I opened this, all 10 packs, every single one was a white card. I'm not sure if this is luck, or if every card, if every pack in a booster box of Shining Fates will have something of worth in it, even if it's just a reverse holo coughing. So I don't know if that's a thing I have to be concerned about, if I got immensely lucky, or if it's just standard fare. The problem is, now I actually don't know which one was which. So, well, yeah, there's definitely 11 card codes there. Yeah, I don't know. I'll do something with them. Probably. So, we can at least go over what I think we got. Like, rare-wise. Did I put any rares in this pile, or did I make sure to put them all in the own rare pile? So, checking symbols. Circles become diamonds. Diamonds shouldn't become stars. That's fine. So those ones are fine. Let's double check these ones, which very well could be. I'm not, as always stated, I am just one person. I am not a conglomerate. I am not, like, I don't even have an editor. I am just me. But I'm trying. We trying. And apparently the man feed did get mixed into the commons and uncommons pile. So I did have to do this. So many cacnea. Alright, so that would mean that, aside from that energy, in all actuality, we did open up, Manaphy, Dreadnought, Shiny Dedenne, which I didn't actually put into a sleeve, which let's put all the shinies in a sleeve. Shiny Dedenne. Reverse Holo Trapinch. Again, I don't know what to do with cards like this. Is this a valuable card? Probably not. It's a Trapinch. Celebi, just another rare. Reverse Holo Cacnea. So many Cacneas. At least a holo Thievul. Holographic Thievul. It's a holo rare. I don't feel bad about opening that. This is the kind of thing that makes you go, yeah, that's normal. But it's also its own separate pile. Reverse Holo Volcanion. But it's a rare. Reverse Holo Coughing. Shiny Sizzlepede, which again, it's shiny, I should put in no sleeve. So when we go through the sleeved cards in a second, we'll see them again. Luxray, holographic, reverse holo Spinnerack, and Boss's Orders. Come on. Come on. Get that Lysander Gustav face. Come on, right in there. Right in there. Come on, Lysander. Give the camera what you know it wants. Fine, we'll use the text. Yeah. Yeah. So, those are the rares and other holographics, I guess. And then we have the cards that I actually put into the sleeves. So, we only opened 10 packs of cards. We got, presumably 5 shinies? I think these 5 qualify as shinies because, like I said, the down at the bottom there's an S. Here, let me pull this up. Down at the bottom we have an S and a number. So I think this means they're all shiny, which means this guy has an S and a number. This is the last card that was on the sheet. This is the last of the shiny sheet. I don't know if it's alphabetical or... Probably not, because 22 for an S seems a little low. So, I think... And then Rillaboom is, of course, also has the S there. So, these are the shinies that we opened from Shining Fate. 5 of them. Out of 10 packs. I'm not complaining. And then the other cards that I managed to put into sleeves was, you know, this NDDV, which I don't think is shiny because it doesn't have the S before the number. And then Cinderace VMAX. Just yelling, come at me, bro. And Full Art Birdkeeper. And Piers. These are not shinies, these are full arts. I don't know what they mean, though, because all this stuff has like a D in a circle, except for the ones that have an E in a circle. I don't know what any of this means. But, I mean, we're here. Clearly, you've seen that that's at least something. Probably worth it, right? Actually, I'm going to hold on to those for a second. See if they're actually worth it. I will take a look to see what the value of some of these cards actually are. Like, the Asmaranadan, the Daskakar, Shamalana. You know, that one, I'm going to take a look to see what the value of that card is. Put that there. Throw these energies into the box. No holo energies, though, so... Realistically, I know people just dispose of these things like the bulk waste that they are, but look, I'm just restarting a collection right now, and frankly, it's probably for the best that I keep those. Let's see. Oh, right, I was going to show these off. So these are, you know, older Pokemon cards that I've had for a while. And again, I don't actually know, like, value of them, because some of these can be pretty good. Some not not so much, because like this Mewtwo is really scratched up because I would play with the cards. I play with my cards. They're my cards. It's not like I was, as a 10-year-old gathering these to go, oh, I'm going to save them up and go to college. Because, frankly, I was 10 years old. Why would I think about college? Honestly, 2 years ago, when I was still in college, I wasn't thinking about college. But, I mean, some of these are pretty good and not bad condition. And also just nice old cards like Foil Gyarados. And, oh yeah. So, fun thing to note. 5 years ago, when Pokemon Go came out. That was 5 years? 5 or 6 years ago when Pokemon Go came out. I think it was 2015, not 2016. We were given a choice of what team to choose. Instinct, the other two. And the only reason I know that is because they were based off of the legendary birds. I had to choose Instinct. Because I had Zapdos. And Zapdos. And Zapdos. From long ago. And I still had them. And I knew I had them. There's no way I couldn't choose Zapdos as my team. Even if it put me at odds with the rest of my family, I had to choose Zapdos. And then, some of these cards have seen better days. Like this one, sure, it's not the best. You can see how its time has hit it a little hard. But a lot of these are kind of, not bad. This is even my worst Hitmonchan. The worst Hitmonchan I have actually has a crease down the middle because someone folded it. That someone was not me. But all of these are like happy, nice cards. Good to see, good to have. This Machamp is especially fun. Nobody remembers Machamp as a card. Like, look at this hero power. Whenever your opponent deals damage to Machamp, this power does 10 to the Pokemon. It's just, okay, you hit me, take 10 damage. That could have been on an item and would have been fine. And then I've got, a Chansey and then a second Chansey. These are just, like, some of the holographics that I've been saving as I've been going through and refining where my cards are. So, I do like, I kind of wanted to show those off as I was finishing up today's with, clearly with all this Pokemon stuff. I just didn't expect I would open what I opened. And frankly, I'm kind of glad I didn't open the shiny Charizard, because that would have made things really awkward with a couple things. Like, again, I don't know if this box was supposed to have all packs that had stuff in it or not. And I just don't know. I'm afraid. Alright, we're going to slide that box in there, and then we're going to put these in there, and then the Eevee sleeves. So I know for a fact that I didn't open all of the packs of cards that we had. In fact, we've only opened one box of the 2 boxes of Modern Horizons 2. Oh, I was supposed to leave those around so I could grab them out again. Well, so be it. So let's put this stuff away as best I can. Oh, I was putting everything in the lid. that would explain why there was so much space for it all. Because it was the more open of the two ends. All right. Well, with that, I think we're good to shift back to the other scene. So yeah, I'd say that was a pretty good day. Pretty good polls. We, like I said, God, I don't even know how much the Pokemon ones are gonna be, but even the Magic polls were pretty good. Got some cards that I'm actually looking forward to using. So yeah, in the long haul, I'd like to do this again. I really would. Maybe have this be like one of those off days that we do something. Or, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see how things go. I'm probably gonna do a whole wait until we see, like, until we get more Pokemon cards might be good. Because those were a little spicier than I anticipated of openings. But as always, thank you for being here. Thank you for showing up. Thank you for sticking around. If you did chat, I'm terribly sorry that I probably missed your chatting because of this, you know, the pretzel rocks thing. Honestly, if you want to hear different music, let me know. Like, a different style of music. Because sometimes, like, the stuff that we were listening to kind of gets old after a little bit. And I went with this one because it has the possibility of, like, this is cinematic, orchestral, and pirate shanties as listed by Pretzel. Because that seemed kind of like a good mix of sound. And frankly, we'll probably keep going with it. We might just change it up a little later on. So, thank you for being here. Thank you for hanging out. If you liked what you saw, if you didn't like what you see, let me know. I'm available on Twitter. I've got the messages here. There's YouTube. You can always leave a comment on the YouTube channel, on the replays there. I'm probably going to take a look through what I have right now and make a clip to send off to Snuffy. I don't want to, like, rub it in her face about it. Because she really wanted Suicune. And, like, I don't want to be that guy. But maybe I should. I might ask around on, like, Discord if I should or not. In the meantime, I will be gone, you know, not here tomorrow, Saturday, Sunday. I should be back on Monday. I might be a lot more tired on Monday than I plan on being because I have to watch a dog all weekend. I am not a dog person, as you can clearly tell. Oh, I am one step closer to actually having a different avatar. I have a plan now, a specific design that I think should work. I just need to actually get into action. But I know what I want to look like, so that's good. Thank you for being here. Thank you for hanging out. I'll see you. Wait. Be good to yourself. Always be good to yourself. It's starting to heat up. Take care. Do not do things that you think would just be like, don't kill yourself for someone else. That's the big thing. Unless it's your decision. Like, I can't say, like, don't kill yourself for someone else when you're married to the person that you love for all of eternity or what have you. But, like, no, yeah. Don't kill yourself for someone else, unless it's your choice. Like, it can't be their choice to kill you for them. It has to be your choice. But always take care of yourself. Be good to yourself, then be good to other people. Take care. I'll see you Monday. Goodbye.